would live to be 39. It seemed so far away. My parents divorced when I was 3 years old, and me and my sister lived between the two of them, 2 years on, 2 years off. I was living with my father at the time that he passed. Now, my sister, 6 years older, had already moved out, and my mom was completely absent from my life at that time. That's a scenario and a topic for another time. So it was just me and my dad. And a few months earlier, the doctor promised me that even though he was sick and possibly dying from the virus, he would probably live long enough to see me graduate from high school. Well, they were wrong. And at 39 years old, October 1991, he was gone. Almost literally in that moment, a fire was lit under this already goal-driven, headstrong, creative, and independent teenager. That teenager was a good student, except in math, who loved to read, had a wide circle of friends, and loved to talk. My behavior was already set in stone, and as the story unfolds, clearly you'll see why behavior matters all day, every day. On the morning that he died, I retreated to a hospital room down the hall in a violent fit of rage, grief, and fear. My father was gone. I was 16 years old. I had no idea what would happen next. I didn't know where my mother was. My big sister was the only family that I had that lived nearby. I was lost, uncertain of my future, and I sat alone, my own thoughts, tears, and fears. And I started thinking about what I wanted to do with my life and what it would take for me to get there. Now, I was a sophomore, and one of the first things I needed to do was finish high school. That day, I was due to take a math test that would be a deciding factor of whether or not I would pass that math class. Now, remember, that wasn't my best subject. If I failed that class, I'd be held back or have to go to summer school, which would obviously be a bummer and would derail my plans for an extraordinary life. So I decided in that room, amidst all my grief and anger and fear, that I would not allow my father's passing to change the trajectory of my life for the worse. Instead, I would make sure to do him proud by using this anguish to drive me forward for the better. Now, I sat in that room thinking about this test. Something gripped me, and it was the idea that if I was going to live my life, then I could not let this tragedy throw me off track. That meant that I must take the math test and pass it. I realized in that moment that my entire life was riding on this one test. Now, I don't know how much of a rational thought that was or wasn't. All I knew is that no one was going to stop me from taking that test. I didn't even know where I was going to live, but I knew that I had to take the test. So I begged my sister to take me to school immediately. And obviously, she was not into this idea at all. I mean, here we are at the hospital dealing with the passing of my father. She was only 22 years old and probably had no idea how to deal with her headstrong little sister. As we stood there, I realized that it wasn't her fault. It was mine, because this is what I needed to do. And somehow I got to school. Somehow I took the test, and somehow I miraculously passed. This was a win for me because I probably simply felt like it was something that I could control in an incontrollable or uncontrollable situation. Now, remember, even at that age, I was already results driven and focused. I was already daring, spontaneous, and abstract. Already, I was influential, as it was quite simply my natural behavior. This was how I made decisions. It was my learning style. It was how I communicated. And all these years later, not much has changed. Why? Because behavior matters all day, every day. I was already wired this way. It's already wired within us at childhood, and it rarely changes, if ever at all, and only through intentionality or learned behavior. Now, remember, earlier I said that I didn't think that I would live to be the age of 39. It seemed so far away, and in my mind, that meant that I needed to get busy living or get busy dying. So I decided to get busy living. And at the age of 18, I started working at a college, the same college that my father graduated from, DeVry University. I worked there for about 13 years and then spent another 7 years at a few other colleges as I advanced my career in executive leadership. Now, let's fast forward to 2014. It was right before my 39th birthday, and I took a 10-day vacation. Well, actually, it was a staycation. However, I spent my time doing what I think people probably do when they don't work 60, 70, 80 hours a week for a corporation. I went to the movies. I took my sister's kids to the trampoline place. I sat under a tree with my dog and drank coffee. I went to brunch with friends in the middle of the day. It was amazing. And I took the time to have a lot of time to think and reflect on my life. But there was one reoccurring thought that kept showing up. It was the realization that I was about to turn the age that my father was when he died. Whoa, here I was. I'd made it, or at least it looked like I was about to make it. So this realization was profound for me. And what stuck the hardest was that 39 seemed so young. But here I was about to turn 39. I felt like a baby. I felt like a kid. I felt so young. And even though I had done so much by that point. Now, I loved my career. I loved what I did. And in those 20 plus years as a successful executive leader in higher education, I'd helped thousands of students, hundreds of employees, both personally and professionally, as a coach, a trainer, a mentor, and a leader. I literally grew up working in college administration. That was a way of life for me, and it was a wonderful life. But then I started asking myself the question, could there be more? I wondered if my father had lived a life fulfilled, where he felt like he had accomplished all that he wanted. Did he fulfill his purpose? Had he done all that he wanted to? Now, we lived in an apartment right down the street from DeVry at the time, and I wondered, would we have moved somewhere new at some point? Would we have bought a new house? Maybe gone on a vacation to some tropical location? Would we have gotten a new car or even a new couch? Who knew? And now we would never know. These were questions I obviously couldn't ask him. And to die so young, that meant he no longer had an opportunity to do any of those things. This realization caused me to turn those same questions on myself. I said, Kenyatta, are you going to go on vacation to a tropical location? Are you going to buy a new car or a new couch? Are you living your life to the fullest? Are you doing all that you are capable of? Are you even really happy at this job? And now you can see I was in a place that being a campus president was in my short-term sights. It's what I thought I always wanted. I had to ask myself, is that still what you really want? I realized I didn't know the answers to some of these questions. And even the ones I could answer, I was no longer comfortable with that answer. And that freaked me out a little bit, actually a lot, because being so results oriented, I was no longer certain of the goal. During that vacation, I probably went through what some people call a midlife crisis. Now, a good friend of mine says, no, it's a midlife review. And I believe him. So after I went through my midlife review, I learned that I required freedom. And to me, freedom lived outside of the walls of that college. I wanted freedom to find the answers to those questions. I wanted freedom to find out what it was that I was built to do. I wanted freedom to do all that I'm capable of. I wanted freedom to find another way to help people on my own terms. And I wanted to do what my dad may have not gotten a chance to do by the age of 39. I then decided it was time to build my own empire. Now, I had no idea what that meant, but I knew it had to be done. I felt like I'd spent the last 20 years building the empires of all the students that came through my schools, all of the employees that I hired and helped move up in their careers, all of the bosses that I helped make look good because I was so good at my job. I wanted to build my own empire. And I realized that the only way for me to do it was to go all in and quit my job and start anew. Disclaimer, okay? I am not encouraging anyone to do what I did, all right? Don't tell anyone that I told you to quit your job, okay? I did not tell you that. But this is the part of the story where I jumped off a cliff and sprouted wings, and where behavior truly does matter all day, every day. Now, remember, since childhood, I'd always been someone who was goal-driven, focused, independent, creative, daring, influential, and encouraging. I was outgoing, fast-paced, talked a lot, never had a problem being in front of the room. I was always someone who had been on a stage, even performing in bands as a singer and a bass player. I was always natural in positions where I was teaching, coaching, training, and mentoring. Always happy to ask the difficult questions and helping people develop through a Socratic style of engagement. That's who I've always been. And now I just wanted to do more of it, but in my own way. However, before I left, I did a little research, thinking that maybe, just maybe, it was simply a new job that I needed, right? That maybe if I went to work at a different school, had a different position, that I'd find that happiness and freedom. Well, all I saw on the job ads was more of the same, healthy salaries, but more red tape. These jobby jobs would not provide me with the entrepreneurial freedom that I required. And I felt like basically the first half of my life, I'd followed the conventional path of my father. He'd gone to school, got a job. I did the same thing. I started working at DeVry, got a computer information systems degree, got a master's degree, and worked for the man for 20 years. Now, my mother, on the other hand, always worked for herself. While I didn't understand her world because I lived in the corporate world, I knew that she always seemed to have freedom. She always seemed to work when she wanted, slept when she wanted, did what she wanted, and was still able to build a life for us. So it occurred to me that the second half of my life might involve following the path of my mother. So I called her up and I said, "Hey, Mom, I think I need to quit my job and start a business." Now, she laughed and said, "Well, it's about time. I always knew that you'd eventually figure that out for yourself." So I was pretty surprised about her blessing, and really it helped give me the courage that I needed to move forward. So about a month after my 39th birthday, I retired myself from a perfectly good, high-paying jobby job. The scariest part was that I did not have another giant job lined up, nor did I even have a solid business idea, but I was full of faith that I would be able to figure it out. Hey, behavior matters. And that daring nature, the creative side of me, the results focused side of me told me that I would figure it out. I was compelled and drawn to the idea that I could build an empire. And I knew that I could find another way to continue helping people in the way that I wanted. I had a burning desire. I also had faith. And without knowing, I was using the power of autosuggestion to keep a positive mental attitude. And it wasn't easy. In thinking of my dad, I basically decided that if I was going to live one more day, one more hour, one more minute, one more year beyond the age of 39, that I would not squander it. I would honor him by doing what he did not get a chance to do, which was live his life beyond the age of 39. And in my mind, I told myself that if I wasn't able to make it work as an entrepreneur, hey, that I just go get another jobby job. Hey, if I couldn't get another job with all that experience and 2 degrees, then what was it all for anyway? I jumped off a corporate cliff and sprouted wings. And that was about 7 years ago. I'm so thankful that I did, because I was able to find the answers to those questions. And now I'm building that freedom empire that I dreamed of. I feel morally obligated to help others to do the same. Now, remember, my natural behavior is to be spontaneous, daring, risk taker. Yet imagine the natural behavior of someone who's on the other side of that coin. Maybe they wanted to leave their job and had aspirations like I did, but to leave a perfectly good paying jobby job, they may have never done so without a solid plan, well thought out, that mitigated the risk as much as possible. Because again, behavior matters all day, every day. So what about those questions I asked myself, those powerful questions I asked myself? What questions do you ask yourself when you're trying to decide what's important to you? What questions do you ask yourself if you're trying to understand your own behavioral style? Now, I don't mean behavior like good behavior or bad behavior. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean your natural hardwired behavior, the behavior that shows up when you are in an emotional state or acting based on instinct, or when you are in your happy place or genius zone. As I mentioned before, even as a child, I was someone who was goal-driven, independent, creative, daring, influential in the way that I speak and in the way that I move. I've always been that way because behavior matters all day, every day. So what about your own behavior? I challenge you to think about that. I challenge you to ask yourself where you fall on the continuum of behavioral styles. Now, listen, have you always been the way you are now? Are you someone who's daring, or are you more careful? Are you someone who's spontaneous, or do you find yourself being more planned and structured? Are you creative, or do you find yourself being more anchored, where you appreciate proven methods and tried and true experiences? Or maybe you're someone who's a pioneering trailblazer who might be someone who is more content and focused on balance. Maybe you love to patiently build relationships, or maybe you're compelled to focus on getting results. Even though you may be able to answer these questions from the perspective of how you think and feel about it, there's actually a specific science that can tell you the answers, 91% predictability over the long term. Now, as a behavioral superpowers coach, the work I do helps people decode their human behavior so that they can understand themselves from the inside out. This helps them to optimize their performance and enhance their relationships in life and in business. And again, behavior matters all day, every day. Your behavior determines how you make decisions, how you communicate, how you organize yourself. That's all designed in your existing behavior. And to be clear, I am not talking about habits, although there's definitely a hypnotic rhythm that shapes your habits. I'm talking about your hardwired innate behavior that begins to be established in your amygdala as young as the age of 3. The same type of behavior that comes out under stress, frustration, anger, fear, grief, anxiety, love, extreme happiness, and many other intense emotions. Some of the same feelings that I experienced as a 16-year-old looking out the window in a hospital room, thinking about my future after just having lost my father that morning. I was devastated. In that moment, my true behavioral superpowers came to rescue me. The results-oriented, daring, independent child that I already was rose to the surface in a fury and told me what I needed to do to get through it. It was my natural instinct and simply a state of survival. The choice to go take that math test was something that no one else could understand. My sister and her boyfriend, the doctors, all stood there and looked at me like I was crazy when I said, I need to go take that test. I couldn't explain it, but I was wired for it. Maybe it was even a way to avoid dealing with the grief and the gravity of the situation. And even still, it's how I was wired to do it. So that's what I did, because behavior matters all day, every day. And remember, I passed the math test, passed the class, succeeded in graduating on time, and then joined the workforce at DeVry. And because of that, here I am before you today, sharing snippets of my fantastic voyage. So fast forward to present day. Oftentimes people ask themselves questions like, who am I? Why am I here? What is my life's purpose? What are my unique gifts, talents, skills, and abilities? What is it that I want to contribute positively to the world? All very powerful questions to ask. And I implore you to also ask yourself the question of why am I? And not just who am I? Asking why is an entirely different question, and the answer lies in what we call your behavioral identity, your behavioral superpowers, and your behavioral fingerprints. These are made up of your unique DNA, your experiences, your values, education, financial temperament. These factors are who you become and why you become. One of my favorite quotes is from Veronica Tegleva, and it is, to know yourself, you must first sacrifice the illusion that you already do. How many times do you find yourself in a situation or know of people who are unwilling to grow and change because they have a fixed mindset? A growth mindset would allow for the opportunity for self-reflection, self-evaluation, and a deep level of honesty about who you are. And only from that place of true understanding can you determine which direction to go. Now, personal development is the foundation for growth and is currently a hot topic. And hey, I'm a big fan of personal development. I believe in it 100%. And I believe it so much, I know it's helped save my life in recent years. I'm such a fan that I even have a Facebook group called the Personal Development Party. Hey, come party with us. Yet in regards to personal development, how does one know what to develop? Well, that's another reason why behavior matters. Because if you have a deep level of self-awareness and understanding about yourself from the inside out, that will include your natural behaviors. Now, I mentioned some of them earlier, and I'll elaborate on a few of those factors. We call them the 8-factor continuum. And those factors are command, people, patience, structure, trust, pioneer, risk, and creative. In addition, there are 16 sub-factors and hundreds of other data points. We don't have time to get into that right now. Basically, if you understand where you are on the continuum, then you will know with 91% predictability how you're going to show up in the world, how you're going to make decisions, how you communicate, and how you prefer to learn. All of these tie into how you do business and how you build relationships, how you handle your finances, and so on and so forth. Unless you apply situational awareness and adjust your behavior in the moment, this is what you will do most of the time, because behavior matters all day, every day. All of these behaviors matter in life and in business. So when you think of personal development, it's best to know what to develop. And again, how do you know where you're at? It's interesting to me that personal development or self-help books at some point all discuss the importance of knowing yourself. They encourage you to find clarity on your strengths and your weaknesses, your talents and your passions, what you're good at. It totally makes sense. However, none of those books can actually tell you any of those things, right? Of course not. Therefore, there's always a wide gap in the coaching. It's not customized to you, and it typically only offers generalizations and theories, which are powerful, but not customized to you. So as you consider your own personal growth, I believe that the concept of the gap will be valuable for you to ponder and learn more about. And in the work that I do, we help clients make those identifications. We show them how to reveal their behavioral superpowers along with their kryptonite, and then teach them how to unleash that knowledge upon their lives in such a way that they can do all that they are capable of without apology and even feel good while they're doing it. It's so much fun to watch as they become accepting not only of themselves, but accepting of others, and then are capable to manage and appreciate those differences. Behavior matters all day, every day. And whether you're a 12-year-old in elementary school or a 92-year-old military veteran, behavior matters. This is why I'm the co-founder of a behaviorally based charter school called Dream Smart Life Prep Academy. I believe in this science, and I've seen what it can do. So whether you identify as a man or a woman or neither, behavior matters. Whether you are black, brown, red, green, yellow, orange, pink, or purple, behavior matters. Whether you're born in India or born in Africa, behavior matters. And how you do anything is how you do everything. Now, hear me clearly. I'm not talking about personality traits. Personalities can change over time. If you don't like the one you have, go get a new one. But behavior is much harder to change. And like I mentioned before, you've demonstrated these behaviors since childhood. That's why people, or you'll say things to people like, you've always done that, or you've always been that way. It's because they have, and so have you. Now, this doesn't mean behavior can't be changed. It doesn't mean that you can't move the needle, yet you have to know where the needle is in order to know which way to move it. Or simply leave the needle alone. Hey, the choice is yours. But however, if you find yourself in a position where you want to make changes to your behavior, know that science says that it's likely to only be a small move of the needle, not a big leaping bound of a jump. Some people say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but I disagree. I think you absolutely can teach an old dog new tricks, but that dog has to be willing to learn, wanting to learn, and the dog has to be willing to do the work. So take note. The work that we do in the behavioral superpowers universe is not soft science. In fact, our research is scientifically and statistically proven and validated in 125 countries and is in 11 different languages. We know that it's accurate across all ages above 12 years in cultures, regardless of birth order, gender, or genetics. None of that matters when it comes to behavior because we are all simply human beings and these principles are universal. So again, I encourage you to ask yourself these powerful questions. Who am I? Why am I? What are my unique gifts, talents, skills, and abilities? What is my positive contribution to the world? And what is my life's purpose? And I can tell you that the answers may lie in your behavioral identity. So whether you know it or not, the answer to who and why you are at the core of your being, and it's already there. You may just need a way to find, to discover, uncover, and unleash it. And when you do, you'll know without a shadow of a doubt why behavior matters all day, every day. Thank you for listening with an open mind. I'm Kenyatta Turner, founder of Freedom Empire Consulting, where I coach, influence, and protect. There are 10 behavioral superpower profiles, and I am an outgoing, fast-paced influencer all day, every day. What's your behavioral superpower? If you think that you know or want to find out what your behavioral superpower style is, then go to my Instagram at Kenyatta Turner, send me a DM and tell me yours. And remember, behavior matters all day, every day.
Eating to live life. My title was Temple Health, Eating to Live Life. And I'm going to share with you some of the great opportunities and some of the horrible things that we have caused ourselves. Okay? All right. So first of all, we're going to talk about foods. One of the things that have impacted our lives is the foods that we eat. Now, I know everyone is busy on their daily schedule of different things, and you left the house, you didn't get a chance to get anything. So, hey, McDonald's got their special 2 for 1, or Hardee's got their special for 2 for 1, and we wait in line. And when we're in line, we already process what we're gonna get, either for ourselves or for other people. And so when we do that, how much time are we wasting in the gas? Then you get to the drive-thru and you say you want a number 1 with no fries, or fries, no salt, and then no pickles on the sandwich. You drink light ice, no ice. You get to the front, you ask them for it, and then you give them your money. Okay, when you get halfway home, when you get in the parking lot, then you realize, hey, they put salt on my fries. Then you have to go back around and get in line again. And now you're wasting a lot more gas than you should have. So you go on the next day and you keep doing this. And so you just spent about I would say, on an average, if your meal costs about $5 to $12 each time, and you've gone about 4 times a week, that's about $72.80, give or take. And if you calculate it for a whole month's time, you've been going to those fast food places and drive-thrus and other places that provide food on the go, and that's $300 a month. And you average it for a whole year, that's $3,600. And you calculate it for 2 years, that's $43,600 you've used in fast food drive-through restaurant meals. And if that money could just really be looked at in a different way, you could have went to get some organic food. You could have went and got some fruits and vegetables, which costs a whole lot less than the gas you spent, the maintenance that you've been waiting and idle, because that does have a tendency to irritate the system in your vehicle, the extra fluid that has a tendency to get a little overboard, and then you have to pay that much money, and sitting in the rough area, sometimes the seat a little torn when you go to the actual car people, the auto mechanics. That's going to cost you a lot of money, but it's going to cost you that much money going to the drive-thru. And you go further on, over about 15 to 30 years later, you're going to start having all kinds of issues. And one of the things that start will be your eye. People who have glaucoma or people who have diabetes, the first sign that the doctor can tell if they have glaucoma is there's some blotches in your eye. And one of the other things that starts off is what we're eating is your mouth. It looks normal on the outside when you smile. See? You can't tell. But when you look inside someone's mouth, you see all those dark spots? Those are called cavities. And in between those cavities is called plaque. The same plaque that's between your teeth is the same plaque that's in your veins because of the foods you've been eating that are unhealthy. And that could cost you a lot of money. I'm gonna give you a grandstanding amount. It could cost you between $850 to $1,500 to get repairs on your teeth. Yes, you can brush your teeth. Yes, you can floss. Yes, you can gargle and all that good stuff. Get the little flossies from the different stores. But yet, and still the damage is done as soon as you start eating. Even if it's, you brush your teeth afterwards, but the damage is still in between. The damage is still already inside your blood vessels. And that plaque that's between your teeth, that's what's in your veins. And that 15, 20 year, 30 year sometimes time frame that you're eating these foods will cause all kinds of things. And one of the things that starts heavy duty is in your stomach. And your stomach holds all the food and releases the nutrition in the different places it's supposed to go. So if you're constantly doing this on a daily basis, not only you spend a lot of money destroying the things that's inside your body that can really be reversed, it would minimize you having to take so many meds and so many therapies and so many trips to the hospital and so many trips to the ER and the OR and to your clinic. Because when you get to the doctor, he's going to prescribe you some things. And then here you have your brain. And you have multiple things that's going on. Your brain is the network. It sends all the things to your body that it needs to send out. And when you don't eat things that are properly nutritional, it suffers too. The same plaque in your teeth, it gets lodged in here. And here comes the aneurysm. Here comes the stroke. The heart attacks also affect the heart. But everything also is affected, all your organs. They're going to give you all these different prescriptions all these different things. And it can amount to a whole pharmacy. You have your own pharmacy, and that's horrible. No, no, no. But if we would just take the time to look at ourselves and how much time are we worth? How much time are you worth to make a quick salad? How much time are you worth to make a smoothie? How much time are you worth to make an oatmeal bowl with fruits and a little bit of drizzling of honey? How much more would that be? And that would be much more safer for your temple, because you don't want to have to do these things that I just showed you. And people who are diabetics, this is the number one thing they have to carry. This is like they calling card. Why? Because they don't want to make sure they don't have any issues. They don't want their levels going to be higher than they should. Then it'd be a really problem. They're going to the hospital. That's a bill you don't want to have to deal with. All these things that we're doing. And one of the things the doctors are going to see, okay, let me check and see what's going on with your heart. You see what's going on. How have you been doing this? How long you been doing it? How long you been doing this? How long you had these symptoms? And one of the things a lot of people may also do, even though they know they may be allergic to or sensitive to it, and they'll eat the foods they are not to eat. And they're going to grab Benadryl. Benadryl will help me out. But you causing your body to go through such an anguish it shouldn't be, brother and sister. It shouldn't be that way. My baby, my daughter, my son, it shouldn't be that way. But if we eat the things that grow from the ground, that come from an actual green plant, a tree, or a vine, how much more would that be satisfying to your temple? So you don't have to see the doctor. You don't have those issues going on with your organs. And how much more healthier you would be to stay out of the hospital, the ER and the OR, because you can just kind of guess if what I share with you about how much you spend on doing those things for drive-through, $300 a month, how much it is to go to the ER. Well, you got to pay different talities of everyone. The nurse that comes in, the technician that checks your ER, your EKG, the technician that also comes and do your blood test. Then you got to pay the ER physician. So it gets real crazy. It gets really expensive. And then you can have less of that if you just eat those foods that grow from the ground. So here's an example of some of those things. These things grow from the ground, except for the pig and the cow. These things are so healthy. You take the time to eat those things that manifest in the ground, because the Bible says the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. So he has full assurance that the things that grow out of the ground that you partake in will be much more beneficial to your health, to your body, to your temple. And that's what temple health was birthed from, is eating to live life. And here's some other things that are great choices. If you take a 50-day challenge, just to eat these medicine foods, just to eat these foods that grow out of God's garden, you'll be much more happier, reduce the aneurysms, reduce the migraines, reduce all those things that grow in your body. Don't have to be that way. It don't have to be that way, but it's a choice. Beans are one of the greatest fulfillers. If you have issues with your blood or your hemoglobin, one of the greatest things is to fulfill yourself is eating beans. And that doesn't mean, putting the beans in and boil them and all of this stuff, and you put pig feet or you put fat back, and it's just ruined. It has a natural flavor to it, adding all the herbs and spices, thyme and ginger and all those other things, garlic and onions, rutabagas. All those things grow from the ground. And if you put those into your beans, you can put them in your other foods, and you'll have an outstanding meal that you can be in exceptional health to live life. And that's one of the main things we want to do, is to eat to live life. We want to make sure we're doing those great things. Because I would tell you, this next demonstration show you, most of us have these in our display at the house or in the van or in the car, just in case we get a little munchy or hungry. So most of us have these types of things in our in our in our repertoire. And one of the things those things do is tear down your vessels. They harden your arteries and do a whole lot of other damage. You can't see. It feels good. Now, I would say I am a former, I'm going to say I'm retired surgical technician. And I have seen so many of those procedures, from barbaric to eye surgery to a lot of general, a lot of podiatry, because all those things increase your body. And all that puts a lot of weight and strain on everything in you. And most importantly, if you especially not drinking enough water, well, the water will pull from other places. And then here comes you having these headaches. I'm having all these headaches. I'm having a hard time. What's going on? You know, how much water are you drinking? If you don't drink enough water, if you don't eat enough fiber, then the stuff that you're eating from the fast foods, steaks and chicken, all that good stuff, which is fine for a season and for a moment, but going overboard and eating it every day, it really could cause some damage. And the things that the chickens and the pig and the cow and the fish, even the fish, yes, they are also eating things that are not healthy. So you have to really be careful on those things, because you don't see the symbol, you won't know. And the symbol is non-GMO, organic. Those are the things you want to look for in all your products. Because if it doesn't have it, then you're just pretty much eating junk food. Yes, it tastes absolutely good, absolutely great. But in the end, in the hindsight, it's going to be a terrible way of living, because now you're going to have a display of many medications, a lot of body pains and aches, a lot of trips to the ER and the OR, and that could cost a lot of money. OR, for instance, as I said, I'm a surgical technician. It could cost you $500 to $12, $13, $15,000, and it would take a long time to pay it off. I know sometimes that things are out of our control or beyond, especially if it's an accident. But for something that's the foods that you're eating affect everything, and it's just a matter of time. And we don't want that to happen. We want you all to be eating to live life, and that comes with you all making the right choice, making the best choice, and eating those things that grow from the ground, not come from manufacturing plant, because those have so many detrimental things, hormones and chemicals that you are not to have. In order to do that, it starts here in your mind. Do I want to live a healthy life? It's really up to you. So I'm here to share with you those great things, because in all actuality, we want to live right. We want to eat to live right. But it has to be a mindset. And I would say, even for me and my family, we had to go on this long journey, because we were eating the same foods. We were waiting in the same line, had to make so many U-turns because they put salt on our fries. But at the same time, as things started progressing and things I started learning, I said, you know what? After hearing my leader say some things to me and my husband, I got it. And I started right away. I did not hesitate, although I was thinking I was thinking about going somewhere else to eat, but okay, I guess I had to take this in. So it's an adjustment that you have to receive. Do I want to live right? Do I want to eat to live life? Absolutely. And I will start right away. All the stuff that's in the freezer, thrown away. All the stuff that's in the refrigerator that's unhealthy, thrown away. It's not worth it. But God says I'm worth it. We're holy people. In order to do that, we got to eat to live life. So as I shared, when we started, it was very rough. And having to make the time, again, time and the mindset, making time to prepare the meals, even if it's a healthy sandwich with whole wheat, whole grain, 100%. Huge. And it doesn't have to be 3 and 4 and 5 layers of slices of meat. It be no meat or one slice of meat with some tofu with some lettuce, some garlic, and some avocado. You got your sandwich. And that'll fill you up. When you do your salads, it is a meal. It's not a side item. It's the actual meal. So when you do your salads, this is a real big bowl and put all the trimmings in. Not necessarily eggs, but you can put all the lettuce and the tomatoes, and you put grapes in there. Just make it fun. Raisins, oranges, apples, cucumbers. You can fill it up, lady. You can fill it up, man. You can fill it up, baby. You can fill it up, and that it will fill you up. And you won't have to worry about feeling hunger pains in few hours you want to get a snack. You're not going to want to. You're going to be full. You're going to be full from that full salad. Or you can take out a healthy smoothie. Oh, that's absolutely great. If you want to do it in the morning, you can do it in at nighttime. That's awesome. That's awesome. And I think you should take the time to do those things. Very important. So I think it's important to do those things. Do you? And when you realize that's important because you're important, then it makes that much easier. And yes, people they're gonna try your patience. They're gonna try to like, well, yeah, I know the holidays coming. You should be eating the meat. Or you should be. I'm gonna eat to live life. And then sometimes you might have to just tear away from those for a moment because they're gonna taunt you. But you have to know that you're that much important, and so is your health to do those very things. So with that in mind, let's continue to go about our business when we do that. And when I say go about our business is to eat to live life. We want to be pleasing to God in what we do and we say. And most importantly, what we can eat, because what we eat in our mouths, what we put in here, we can control that. We can control that. You can choose not to. You can choose not to. No, thank you. It's okay. And yeah, they're going to look at you kind of funny, like, oh, what's wrong with him? What's wrong with her? Nothing wrong. I'm having a change venue in my mind that I'm eating to live life. So what do you think? I think you should do yourself a favor. Jewel, yes, you are God's jewel. And he wants you to have exceptional health. And in order to do that, you have to change the way you eat. Very important. So I will leave you with this. The 7 steps is eating to live life is to go away from all those things that don't have the symbol of the butterfly, the non-GMO, or the organic. Yes, that means you might have to dig a little deeper in the pockets, but guess how much more you'll be saving? You'll be saving so much money from the drive-through and going to get those foods. And you don't have to worry about waiting in line. If you go to a restaurant, the person might have put their finger in your food, or the person might have done something who's bringing your food. And so that might or might not be in your mind. But if you would cook the foods yourself, and it can start off real small. It don't have to be a huge meal. All your fruits and vegetables, make it into a meal. So you can start off with breakfast, oatmeal with fruits, and maybe a smoothie. And then when it comes to afternoon time, because all that's going to fill you up. If you want to do another smoothie, you want to do some more oatmeal, you want a healthy salad, the big bowl, remember? Big bowl, family, big bowl, big bowl. Or a healthy sandwich. So I think it's important that you do those things and just kind of put it in time frame and make sure you drink half your body weight in between those times. And when it comes to dinner, oh, you can do all the vegetables. You don't even have to have meat. You can do your greens, you can do your beans, you can put with some whole lot of water with your mushrooms, onions, garlic, turmeric. Oh my goodness. It just go on and on and on. All the herbs, throw them in there. And you can have your 5-ounce cup of nuts and you put your seeds inside. And when I say seeds, the seeds that represent the ground, of course, your flax seeds, your hemp seeds, and your chia seeds, those are powerhouses full of omega-3, healthy to reducing a lot of the stress, a lot of the swelling in your body. But you have to do it every day. It can't just be, we're gonna do it on Monday and Friday. It has to be every day. It has to be every day. Every day it has to be your business to eat those foods, if that's your choice. But if you go backwards, it's just going to extend how much time that you're going to have that you're not going to end up in the healthiness that you ought to be. So you have to stay the course. As my auntie used to say, stay the course, and you will get there in exceptional health. So what are you going to do? Are you going to eat to live, or are you going to live to eat? I think it's important you choose to eat to live life, right? Yeah, I think that's one of the greatest choices. And so the symbol looks like this, just in case you're not sure. But you want to look for this symbol, and it'll help you hugely. This symbol right here, that's what you want to look for. That is the non-GMO. If it doesn't have that, then you're eating junk that doesn't have no nutritional value. And then you're going to have to go and see a colonoscopy doctor. Hey, doc, I'm having this, and they're going to give you this. Clean yourself out. No, you can just eat the right foods. Lots of water, oatmeal, which is very, very super fibrous. Eat those things, and that'll help you clean out your system. Otherwise, the more steak and lobster and all those other things that are unhealthy but taste absolutely great, it's going to be a suffering that it ought not to be. So it's up to you, family. It's up to you. And you don't want to have to go through that every time you go to the doctor. They're going to find something, or there's some things that weren't there before, and you're going to share that. Well, that cues the doctor to give you these extra things. Here, go ahead and take 2 of these in the morning. All is based on your food. All is based on your food. It's all based on your food. So if you begin to eat the foods that grow out the ground, take time for you, because you're important. You and you too. You in the back, you're all important. We have to make time for ourselves, not be in such a hurry. Because all that $300 a month that you're using or spending rather in the drive-through and going to pick up because it's a quick meal, but in the end, it's going to hurt you. And the family members are just suffering because now you're in the hospital. So some of the movies that come to my mind as I come to a close. There's a cartoon named Wall-E, W-A-L-L-E. And it's about a robot who was left to take care of the rest of the stuff because the humans didn't want to. They took off to outer space, and in years and years and years' time, they all were eating liquid food, which was unhealthy. And the robots had some type of control, and that's what they wanted. They wanted the humans to be dependent on the robots and not on each other, and not depend on each other. And that was terrible until one moment, one captain took the time to look into some things that Wall-E brought from the earth, and it changed the whole spectrum of the movie. Will you be that one to change, and everybody else around you see the change in you and decide, I want to eat to live life? And another movie on the side, the movie Soul Food. I enjoyed all those things. The food trimmings are absolutely wonderful. This is what everyone has when it's Thanksgiving and Christmas, but they eat this on a daily basis. When I was in Chicago, they used to call it Soul Food Sunday. Every first Sunday was at Mama Ivy's house. And at that, everybody came from all over. And I was like, oh, it's like I'm watching the Soul Food movie, because everybody in the neighborhood and those who connected to her, everybody came, and it was a soiree of a food session. And as I look back now, we were all eating ourselves in a bad spot. Tastes good, tastes great. But in the hindsight, it started damaging things. And here comes the medication that increases, therapies that increase. Food was great. But in the end, the soul food and the food that they kept eating ended up getting her diabetes. So this was one of the things she kept using. The movie, I'm pretty sure, didn't share. But this is one of the things she had to use, was to check her diabetes, check her blood control sugar, make sure it wasn't over. But Mama ended up losing her leg. That tore the family up. See how that works? You eat those foods, family together, Mama pulling everybody together, but when she goes down and nobody to fill in for her, or somebody would sit down like, we're going to cut back on eating those things. But no, they kept eating those things. And after she died and there was a lot of turmoil in the house, it just went haywire. A lot of things got out of hand. And it could have caused another life being taken. And when they all had common time and the youngest grands or one of the grands put everybody together, they still went back to eating the same things that caused Mama Joe to have the situation she had. All based on food. All on food. So we have to make better choices and learn to say no. It's okay. There's a power in no, as my apostle would say. There's power in saying no. No, I'm not going to eat that. No, thank you. No, thank you. Because you keep eating those things, the doctor's going to increase your medicine or give you something that you haven't had before. And I think one of the things that's detrimental is that when we hear these things, most of us will still continue to eat, but the seed is planted. It's planted. And it's just a matter of time. Someone else is going to water it, and God's going to bring the increase. And prayerfully, it's before they have to go to the ER, before they have to go to the OR, because it causes a lot of stress on the family, a huge amount. So I just thank you all for listening and hearing what I was sharing, and hopefully that it changed your mindset. Don't forget to look for the butterfly. The butterfly will help you understand this is what you ought to eat. So, with that in mind, I am S. Missy Bellamy, and I approve this message, and I hope that you all have a wonderful, exceptional day. Be in good health.
Quit making excuses. Quit saying you can't. Drive your influence. It is your time to serve the people that need you. It is your time to step into your expertise. Drive your influence. You need strategies to make it happen. You need specific tools to make it happen. You need an educated guide to make it happen. Drive your influence. It is your time to catch your dream. It is your time to build your dream. It is your time to live your dream. Drive your influence. It is time to keep pushing forward. It is time to drive your influence. Join the Drive Your Influence Bootcamp. Join the Drive Your Influence Bootcamp. Visit driveyourinfluencebootcamp.com.
Our bodies are made up of systems and our brains are like computers. The result, you get hacked. In my Stage Therapy Speaker Development Program for Women, we explore the things that hack our ability to speak with confidence and impact the world with our messages. I'll teach you the secret to becoming unhackable. Today, you can get a free copy of the book, Unhackable, Close the Gap Between Dreaming and Doing. You just have to click the link below, get your free copy by paying shipping and handling. My name is Betty Jewel Slater. I'm a film and stage producer, an actor, author, speaker, and coach. My passion is to help women use the stage as therapy.
I'm Cookie Cade with the Impactpreneur Coaching Network. This workshop will help you through your journey, and I'm here for your success. Let's get started. At the Impactpreneur Coaching Network, we inspire business owners at every stage of development to grow and prosper. The agenda for the course is an introduction and course overview, self-analysis, characteristics of successful entrepreneurs, small business failures and success, finding your space, risk, thinking like an entrepreneur, time management, and planning. Getting to know you. Who are you exactly? What makes you so amazing that you would like to create opportunities? What is your business idea and how did you come up with it? Was it something that you're passionate about? Is it something that someone led you to think that you wanted to do? You have to figure these things out. What's your motivation and your why? Is this a passion that you're motivated to do, or is it something you're just wanting to make money doing? Why is this important to you? Why did you start your business, or why do you want to own a business or wish to start a business? These are things that you need to figure out. You need to figure all of this out prior to starting that business. If you're already in business, you need to have all of these questions asked. What do you hope to learn from this course? These are things, whenever you take a course or a workshop, attend a conference, you always need to know what you plan to gain from that. Any knowledge that you gain should help you succeed. What is one goal for your business? This course is about finding your niche. Success depends on finding, developing, and refining a niche. Filling a need that is not being met. You have to create opportunities for whoever your customer is, whatever the business idea that you had. What are you trying to do that's different from someone else that's trying to do it or have already done it? You have to investigate the feasibility of this business idea. Just because you come up with a plan does not always mean it will work. A lot of people come up with ideas that they think will work. They're good ideas, but they don't know how to follow through and make them successful. That's what you need to try to accomplish. You have to complete your business plan. If you have not already done so, ask yourself the crucial questions. All questions need to be answered. Why are you doing this? Who are you doing it for? When do you plan to start? What are you doing? You need to know all of those prior to, or if you've already began, you need to figure that out now. Find your unique factor. Every business is unique. When I started my business, I didn't think there was a need for it, but it really is. A lot of entrepreneurs have no idea what they're doing. They just know they want to make money. Making money is fine, but if you're in it for the wrong reason, which is just to make money, more than likely you will not be successful. You have to always think positive Look at the big picture and look outside the box in order to succeed. Planning helps you define what differentiates your business from others. If you plan ahead, go ahead, have your business plan, answer those crucial questions. You'll be ready for any obstacle that comes before you. Your most important asset. What is the one thing that your business has that no other business has? Think about it. You must think really hard about whatever you plan to do. Or if you've already started, what are you doing so different from everybody else? McDonald's and Burger King sell hamburgers. They're the same entity. However, McDonald's has the Big Mac, Burger King has the Whopper. They're basically the same thing, but the taste is different. You have to figure out what you're doing that's different from the other business if you're not creating something so unique. Self-analysis. Are you sure you want to do this? Are you a self-starter? You cannot be mediocre and expect results. You gotta be motivated enough to want to do everything. You can't wait on anybody else. You gotta be a self-starter. Do you get along with different personalities? Everyone don't. Everybody's not designed to be an entrepreneur. You have to know how to treat people, how to communicate with people, how to accept criticism. All criticism is not bad. You learn from the negative and you turn it into a positive. Do you have physical and emotional stamina? You've got to be ready for the journey, whatever it takes. If you plan to do this and be an entrepreneur, you got to be ready for it. Whatever you do today determines your tomorrow. Are you good at making decisions? Some people are not. Some people like for others to help them decide. You've got to move quick and think quick when you're an entrepreneur. A lot of times you don't have time to think or assess anything. You've got to be ready for action at the spur of the moment. How well do you plan and organize? You've got to get yourself organized. I was one of those people that was very unorganized. I wanted to do this, do that. Sometimes I think I'm ADD. I was doing so much. I would not plan, or I'd put something on the calendar. Then I'd forget about that because I didn't check my calendar. Now I do everything with my calendar. If it's not on my calendar and I don't get a reminder, it does not get done. I have to make sure that I stick by my calendar. If I plan something that's outside of work, I make sure that I allot enough time for that. You have to allot enough time for meetings, whatever is included in your business. You have to plan and be organized. That's very important. Is your drive strong enough to maintain your motivation? You gotta stay motivated. No matter what you do, you gotta stay motivated. If you plan to be successful, you gotta commit to that idea and stick to it. No matter what happened, no matter what's going on, you never allow anything to steal your motivation, because this is something you want. and you've got to do it. How will the business affect your family? That's a biggie. You have to plan for family time. You have to plan for your business. You always commit to whatever you're doing. If you tell your family that you'll be off on a Saturday and something comes up, if it's very crucial and you cannot afford to miss it, schedule around it. See if you can schedule another time. If not, take the time, plan out a quick meeting, take care of that, and get back to your family. Family is very important. You don't want to lose your family because of some idea that you had and you think you can make this money. Money is not everything. Family is important. The characteristics of a successful entrepreneur. Passion. You have got to have the passion for this idea. Whatever you committed to, you have got to have the passion for it. You always think, I'm committed, I'm going to do whatever, and I'm going to devote myself all the way. You've got to be persistent in doing this. You've got to always strive to make things happen no matter what. Good health, high energy. Take time and exercise. Take time and meditate. Whatever your good health habit is, make sure you take time for it. I'm one of those. I'm an early bird. I don't get a lot of rest, but that comes from when I had my job. I go to bed late, but I'm an early riser. I'm up early, so I try and get a little exercise in. If it's no more than 30 minutes, whatever it takes. Even if I'm at the office, I'll stand up, walk in place, whatever it takes, as long as I can get a few minutes to keep myself healthy. I try to eat healthy, but that doesn't always pan out. Whatever it takes to keep your high energy level up, because you've got to be ready for whatever you're doing in your business. Creative and innovative. Now that's an area I'm not good at. I'll tell people, I let people do what they do. I'm not a creator, so I know this. I already know this, but I don't mind asking for help when I need it. I'm very independent and self-motivated. I don't need a lot of people to help me decide if this is what I want to do. I'm very independent. And sometimes my husband tells me I'm too independent. But I guess I was brought up that way, and I don't know any other way. But it's a good characteristic for me. Intuitive. You have got to know what you're doing. Be aware of whatever it is, and get immediate understanding. Self-confidence comes from knowing what you're doing. If you decide you want to make widgets, make the widgets. Know in your heart that you can make those widgets and be good at making widgets. If you're confident and believe in yourself, if you're selling a product, you can sell that product because your confidence is so high that people will believe in your product. And you have to make them believe. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody else will. You have to have the desire to work hard. Hard work has never hurt anybody. If you plan to be successful, you wouldn't mind working hard. Resourceful. You've got to be resourceful. I always tell my clients, if I don't know, I know somebody that knows. I have a large network, and it really doesn't matter what it is. 9 times out of 10, I know somebody that can help with whatever the issue is that come up. Build your network so you can have the resources. It doesn't always mean resourceful as far as money. If you have someone that you can count on to help you out with whatever the issue is, that's a good resource. Personal initiative. You have got to take whatever action is necessary to overcome the barriers, any setbacks, or whatever it is to reach your goal. You don't want anything to hinder you from reaching your goal. There's 6 steps that you can take to develop your own initiative. Develop a career plan. Build your self-confidence. Spot opportunities and potential improvements. Check your idea. Develop persistence and find balance. All those will help you with your personal initiative. Are you a calculated risk taker? I am. I have always been that way. I just figure you can't get anything done if you don't take risks. My sister would always tell me when I was younger, and I think that's where I got it. Scared money can't make any money. She was big on investments. And every time she would tell me about something, I would say, I don't know about that, or I don't think I want to do that. But she would always say, scared money don't make any money. And that's true. If you're not a risk taker, how do you know your idea is going to succeed? Everybody's not going to be on board with you. So you've got to take a chance on your idea. Because like I said, if you don't believe in your idea or your business, nobody else will. A lot of times you need to assess whatever the pros and cons are. But in the long run, most of the time, it ends up being very good. Vision. Do you have a vision for growth or success? You've got to decide, is this something I want? Do I see it? Can I see the big picture? Inquisitive. You have got to make sure you are positive. Not always curious, but you can be neutral, but always show interest in what you're doing. If you're high energy strong and you want to really make people believe in what you're doing, you'll ask questions, you will get all the training, you will do whatever is necessary with confidence to be successful. Strong driving to achieve. When I was 12, I wanted to learn to type. Someone gave my mom an old typewriter, and I picked on it. I learned to type on that typewriter, but I wasn't doing it the correct way. My mom said, unless you learn that keyboard, you won't learn to type. So I had a drive to achieve typing. I really wanted to learn because that was something I didn't know anything about typing then. And it was an old typewriter, the kind you pick. I finally learned, but I had a drive. I typed every day. That gave me the determination to want to do more. That drive is something that everybody don't possess because they're not in it for the right reason. You've got to possess that drive to want to succeed. Are you highly reliable? You got to be trustworthy, because in all of my years of doing business, I'm a strong believer. If you tell someone that you'll do something or you'll provide something for them, you've got to do what you say. And all you have to give a person and keep yourself is your word. If you can't keep that, you don't have anything to give anybody. And you've got to be realistic. I know I can't be a rocket scientist. Number one, I don't like science. I'm afraid of heights. So I cannot say I'm going to produce this rocket because I know nothing about rockets. I know a little about science, but not enough to make a rocket. Being realistic is very important whenever you're doing your business. Commitment is a big one. I'm big on commitment. Commitment is the most important part, I think, of any business. If you're not committed, you won't succeed. Problem-solving skills. You must be able to solve problems. Solving problems is easy, but it's hard. The only thing hard about it is what you make it. And nothing is hard unless you make it. A lot of people don't know if they think that way, they can accomplish anything. No problem is ever too large that it can't be solved. It may take a while, but it'll eventually be solved. Tolerance for ambiguity. You got to be tolerant for really anything. The entire business, you need to be tolerant for you've got to be open to any other suggestions. my way may seem right to me, but someone else may have a better idea, and it may not take as long. You've got to be tolerant to those that may want to help you, but you think your way is the best way. You know, strong integrity. You gotta have good integrity. Oh, very strong. If your integrity is not strong, you may miss out on a lot of business. Having good quality, good strong qualities, and moral principles are very important when it comes to business. People need to know that you have good integrity. The ability to consolidate resources. You need the ability to consolidate resources. That goes a long way. Being able to put things together and get them done, having products or services that your customers need to consolidate is really a good characteristic. You have to have strong organizational skills. Some entrepreneurs refuse to learn. They don't want to team up and get things organized, lead. You must have the ability to stay focused on different tasks. Like I said earlier, sometimes I think I'm ADD because I'll start doing one thing and then I'll get a call and I'll leave that, start doing something else. But then I have to think, in order for me to be efficient, I've got to do everything in order. Competitive. You've got to be very competitive. If your business is one that competes with someone else, you've always got to be planning how you can make your business better. Always. In order to achieve the outcome that you want to get, you've got to stay steady. You've got to focus on what they're doing. Know your target. Know what they need. And be able to give them what they need. You've got to have a tolerance for failure. Remember, all bad things happen for a reason. If you fail at one thing, try and figure out how you can make it better. Do it again. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. Never give up. You never lose until you quit. You've got to have a sense of humor and fun. Everything is not always so serious. I'm one of those happy-go-lucky people. Even when bad things happen, I can find the humor in it. Because if you don't find humor in some things or make it fun, you'll stress yourself out. And you cannot allow this business to stress you out. That's how you just stay calm and be ready for the next day. Nothing is so bad that you can't overcome it. You have to have a sense of urgency. If you have a product for sale and you have a delivery date, I look at Amazon Prime. If they tell you you will have something in 2 days, you have it in those 2 days. Sometimes I order things and I get it early, but it depends on what it is. If you have a product for sale and you don't think you can deliver it on time, at least communicate with your client and let them know there's a back order in shipping or something, but don't ignore. Always treat your clients as urgent. That's how you maintain your business. You always do this for your client. Emotional stability. You've got to be stable. You can't be a basket case walking around waiting to go off on people when things happen. I'll never forget, I had a client. She was a nurse, and she wanted to talk to me at like 11 o'clock at night. I said fine, because that was her hours. I had to be there, and I always tell my clients, if I can't be there when you need me, you don't need me. So I always make it a point, if someone need me after hours, I'm there, because I'm trying to be there for my clients, and I have the desire to want to do whatever it takes to make them satisfied. You have to be ready to handle difficult situations, handle adversity, and remain productive, all while you maintaining your emotional stability. You can develop emotional stability by getting sleep. You got to get good quality sleep. Practice self-care. You can ground yourself by meditating, or just create structure. Those are things you can do for emotional stability. Goal-oriented behavior. This actually falls in the range of motivation. You just have to make sure that you stay focused on your goal in order to accomplish. What successful entrepreneurs are not. They're not people that take risks without calculating the consequences. Not at all. People that do not look for resources or help. People who are not realistic. People that only desire to be rich. People that don't have a life outside of their work. These are a lot of things entrepreneurs don't think about, because all they can think about is, I have this product or service and I need to make money. And at the time, that's all that's important to them. But that's not a plan for success. Small businesses fail because of lack of experience, A lot of business owners don't have experience. Sometimes they have the knowledge, but not the experience. Insufficient capital, no money. That's a lot of small business problems. Poor location. A lot of time, and I call it cheap. Being cheap is not the best way. Just because a location is inexpensive does not mean you will really gain any customers. It has to be a good location if you plan to be a real business. Because if people don't know you're there, they're not going to patronize you. Poor inventory management, poor internal controls. If you have a product and you cannot supply your customers, you're not going to be successful. You can't buy 1 or 2 widgets and expect to sell them to 5,000 clients. Eventually, people will say they can never get me what I need, and they'll go somewhere else. Overinvestment in fixed assets. Just like you're in a poor location, if you invest in the Eiffel Tower and you know rent at the Eiffel Tower is $25,000 a month, but you only get $1,500 a month, you already know you won't succeed. You may stay in business long enough to get a couple of clients, but at that rate, it's too expensive for you. So you know you cannot sustain success if you go that route. Poor credit arrangements. That goes a long way. You can have bad credit, but poor credit arrangements, you need to order something, you can't get it because of your credit. Your supplier is not willing to extend you any more credit. So you don't have the widgets to supply your clients. Personal use of business funds and poor record keeping. You shouldn't commingle your funds. I tell all entrepreneurs, you need a business banking account. Most clients or customers are not willing to write a check to Jane Doe because you did work in the business of whatever you're doing. They don't like that because they like to keep good records, and you cannot run your household and your business on the same account. I have my account. My husband is an entrepreneur. He has his account, and we have our personal account. We don't mingle our businesses together. He has his business account, I have mine, and we keep it that way. You have to keep good records. I use QuickBooks. I like QuickBooks because it does what I need. I'm not advocating for QuickBooks, but I like what it does for me. You have to be prepared for unexpected growth. If you're a small business, you got to think. I always think 5 years ahead. Every year I add another year, because you have to have a vision to see where you want to be 5, 10, 2 years, 20 years. Where do you want to be? So you always have to be ready for that unexpected growth. Not enough attention paid to the competition or market conditions. Whatever you're doing, you need to always know what your competitor is, what the market condition is. McDonald's always know what Burger King is doing. Burger King always know what McDonald's and Wendy's are doing. They always keep an eye on Chick-fil-A. Even though they all sell something different, they're all restaurants and they all want to stay in business. So you always have to pay attention to your competitor or whatever the market is doing. If you have low sales, you have to be creative, come up with a plan, do some marketing. But that's not going to help if you're not doing anything for your business. Poor pricing. A lot of small businesses price themselves right out of business. They want the money now. We've got to have it now. I sell pencils. My pencils are $5. I can go to Dollar General and get 5 pencils for $1. You can't overprice yourself out of business. Not enough attention paid to the target market. Who is your target? Know what your target is. Know who they are and what they need. That's how you stay in business. Lack of planning. Small businesses fail because they fail to plan. You gotta plan. Lack of sticking to plans and budgets. Again, if I plan to sell jackrabbits, I've got to stick to selling jackrabbits. If my budget is $25, I can't say, oh, the market is hot now, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. You've got to be willing to say, okay, it's better to sell 5 jackrabbits than try to sell one at $70 instead of $25. Whatever it is, you've got to stick to your plan and budget. You cannot go over. I have a budget sheet that I use for my business. It does not matter if I'm doing something for my house and I don't have the money. I don't go in my business and get it out. I just don't do it. It doesn't matter what it is, doesn't matter how bad I want to do it. I don't do it if I don't have the money, because it's not so important to me that I've got to have it. That means my business will go lacking because I took from my business for something personal that I wanted, and I don't do that. And most business owners don't, but a lot of small businesses will. Entrepreneur weaknesses: personal problems, financial situations, too much control, workaholic, not enough experience, communication skills, time management. What weaknesses do you have? We've got to think about that. Whatever weaknesses we have, those tend to control our business, and we can't give that weakness that much power. Why small businesses succeed: they have a clear sense of what they offer. They base their goals on realistic expectations, understand their strengths and weaknesses in comparison to the competition. Focus on correct group of clients, target market, specialize in resolving customer problems, are organized for maximum flexibility. Create loyalty among clients and assure that they return. Construct relationships based on quality. Honest attention to clients. They keep good records and they maintain diligence in costs, prices, and profits. This is why businesses succeed. Not only small businesses, medium, and seasoned business. Entrepreneurs take a lot of risk. They risk failure, loss of their own money, because when you start, most entrepreneurs start with their own money. They have many long, hard hours of work. Family problems. If your family don't understand what you're doing, if they're not on the same page, that will cause family problems. Bad timing. The timing has to be right. If you do everything right, your timing will be right. On the upside, reasons people become self-employed because it helps you control your destiny. You can be your own boss. You can do the things you want to do, go places you want to go, spend time with your family. The financial reward, it may not be lucrative at first. Some people luck out and really make it big of one sale. Everybody's not going to do that. But hard work and long hours directly benefit you. The growth potential is not limited. If you're on a 9 to 5, you're only making X amount of dollars. But the growth potential is unlimited when you're self-employed. You have variety, challenges, and opportunities to learn. There's no limit on the knowledge you can gain from being self-employed. You have a creative urge, and you do what you love to do. I really enjoy what I'm doing. And if you don't enjoy it, if it's not a passion for you, maybe you shouldn't do it. But most self-employed individuals, some people are just pushed into it, and it turns out that that is their gift. But if you love what you do it. Think like an entrepreneur. How does an entrepreneur think and act? They understand and pay attention to profitability, manage time effectively, behave ethically, distribute scarce resources effectively. They plan, have a balanced personal life, is creative and innovative, and they brainstorm. Always thinking. My mind is always turning because I think of things, I can do this a different way, or I talk to somebody and they give me an idea of something I can do, or something they say will click. The importance of profit. Profit is the positive difference between what you earn from selling your goods and services and what you pay to produce them. If you're paying too much to produce them, your profit is not going to be great. Use your profit as the only measure of success can be dangerous. It's very dangerous. Cash is king. You need to have sufficient cash flow in order to run your operation. Like I say, I don't touch my business account for anything unless it's business related. Businesses should do regular profitability calculations. Understanding profitability makes it possible to administer your resources most efficiently. Bootstrapping. Getting by with as few resources as possible and gaining the most possible with what you have. utilizing all of your skills and abilities to make your business viable. To finance a new business, you might need to have 3 jobs, take a loan from a friend or family, sell stock or valuable possessions, take a second mortgage on your house. Bootstrapping also means to look for non-conventional ways to generate income, to minimize cost and maximize your earnings. Effective time management. Time management is extremely important. Good time management requires discipline and organization, but it'll help you become more efficient and it'll improve the quality of your work. It always will. If you start before you get up in the morning, think about what you're doing, plan your day, you'll always have good time management. Before I get out of the bed, I grab my phone, I look at my calendar, I look at what I have going on for the day, and I plan around that. And I make everything happen. Sometimes I'm able to squeeze something extra in. Sometimes I may not, but I always make sure I get everything done that I'm supposed to do for that day. The importance of personal planning, that's where the boundaries should be established between your work and family and your free time. I work my time around my husband. On the weekends, I have my grandkids. I try and manage everything around whatever they want to do, because when they're there, that's their time. And I make sure they have me when they need me. The importance of planning. Look at your business as a whole. You use it as a guide in making daily decisions, useful communication tools, and increase your chances for success. Planning helps you see the future business opportunities. Planning can also make improvements based on your re-evaluation and past plans. Planning takes action, not reaction. Planning also gives you the opportunity to ask yourself questions, key questions. Planning is a vital part of being an entrepreneur. Why do you plan? When do you plan? You are always planning. Consistently planning. Before I go to bed, I have my little notebook and I'll write down something that I always have a notebook. I always write down things as they come into my mind. And eventually you'll see where you can use that idea or that thought. The planning process is dynamic. It is not only a reaction to a critical event, it needs to be integrated into your daily administration of your business. It's the key to success in guiding your business through both difficult and easy times. When the pandemic hit, I thought I was just not going to have any clients. I think I picked up a few because people were at home and they started thinking, how can I do this? How can I do that? And they called. It was really, even though the pandemic was bad, it was good for me because it helped me help them. should be flexible and reflect reality always. You have to plan for it. The pandemic gave a lot of people clear perspective in what they wanted to do. Even though we didn't know it was coming or it was going to be as bad as it was, we had to plan around it. We had to be ready and be realistic about the effects. Now let's talk about you. These questions are the questions that you saw in the beginning. Who are you? What is your business idea? How did you come up with it? What's your motivation and your why? Think about your why, not the how, the why. What did you hope to learn from this class? And what's one goal for your business? If you have questions, please send an email to support@impactpreneurcoachingnetwork.com. That's support@impactpreneurcoachingnetwork.com. Let me help you help you.
For 9 months. But I'm glad I didn't let those fears or challenges stop me, because today I'm a successful entrepreneur, and as a personal empowerment coach, I help entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs find the courage to overcome their fears and challenges so they can achieve the level of success that they really want. We all have fears. Some let those fears run the show. Some decide to overcome them and go after what they really want. Those are the courageous ones. Those are the ones who make their dreams a reality. You can become one of them. You can become courageous enough so you can achieve the level of success that you deserve. Now is the time to book your Courage Boost session with me, because I believe in your of what's good for you. Right now, you may find yourself in a dead-end job that a friend referred you to, or drying up social group that a family member referred you to. My name is Artisha T. Boulding, and I motivate women and entrepreneurs to birth their business, book, or brand. I ensure that you are no longer stuck in life, but thriving in success that's aligned with your passion and purpose. Here's what I know. Now is the time to take your dream off hold. Now is the time to go from stuck to soaring, paralyzed to popping. Clients who work with me find themselves confident and centered. I'll work with you to find the money in your budget and the time in your schedule to live the life of your dreams. I mean, hello? Go on over to artishaboulding.com/coaching. Fill out a contact form so that you and I can talk more.
But I wanted to let you know that I am thankful. I'm thankful for God. I'm thankful for me being alive in this pandemic. I'm thankful for my family, and I'm thankful for friends. So many other things, but they're all encompassed in those categories. One, I'm thankful for my relationship with God. Once upon a time, I come from a family of not only church goers, but I'm also a family of ministers and a family of singers, gospel singers. And so everybody in my family sings but me. I'm the manager. And I just am thankful for my foundation, thankful for what my father and mother instilled in me, my grandparents, believing in God, believing that He exists, and not to offend those that do not, respectfully, just sharing what I believe and how I've been brought up. I am thankful that I know that He lives and that He moves in me. I'm thankful that He has brought me from, as we say in church, a mighty long way. I have been through a lot, as have some of you, but I can only share with you my story. I am thankful for me because I should have been gone a long time ago. I've gotten into some things that I wasn't supposed to get into in the early teens and 20s, but God was with me through it all. And I'm thankful that even in my folly and even in my foolishness, He allowed me to live, and He has brought me to it and through it. I am thankful, just in my teens, gotten into, with the wrong crowd, spending money unnecessarily on foolishness, thought I was going to marry someone who wasn't for me, and we'll get to that later. But I'm thankful for my family who has been there with me through it all. And when I say family, I mean immediate family. I am thankful. I want to talk to you today about a subject that is close to my heart, and that is domestic violence. I'm thankful that I have overcome. And for those of you that may know, or if you've read, just recently, 2018, my first book, Overcoming Me, in which I had to overcome self-sabotage and procrastination, depression and anxiety. I'm thankful that I overcame those issues. I always tell people, before you look over in my yard and see what's wrong with me, check your own yard. And that's true for me as well. Before I start looking over in your pond, trying to tell you what's wrong over there, I need to make sure my pond is clean. And so, as a victim of domestic violence several times, I am thankful to be delivered from that. And it is something that we don't often want to share because we don't want people to know, especially, if you come from a certain family, or, or you think you come from a certain family, or you think you're a certain brand, you don't often want people to know. But I am thankful as I look back, and I'm going to keep saying that word because even if you don't care that I'm thankful, I want God to know that I am thankful for all that He has brought me to and through. I am thankful, even, and I've got some notes here that I want to share with you. Abuse is more than physical violence. Abuse can be verbal, it can be mental, it can be emotional. And so while I wasn't beat up, black eyes, I've had friends and I've had family members that were abusive. I have been abusive. And I had to go and I had to apologize for the abuse that I put on other people. And we don't want to admit that sometimes we're abusive. And so in my earlier years of folly, I was abusive with my daughter. We want to tell them what to do, how to do it. Domestic violence can even be in punishing. You have to be careful how you punish your kids these days. And some of us, we grew up, the baby boomers and beyond, we were taught that it was okay to spank our children. I'm not going to say that I didn't need it. I probably did need some of the things that happened to me, but sometimes we can go too far. And during COVID, I'll bring it back home to now, working at an institution. I'm at Tennessee State University and HBCU, historically Black college and university, and we see a lot of students. And this year in particular, I'm on vacation right now. So I'm doing this with my vacation, but even in the vacation, I'm preparing to go back to my office and being the director of the Women's Center at Tennessee State. And so when we shut down March 2020, we sent our students, our faculty, and our staff all over America, we sent everyone home, or we were sent home. But what we didn't think about is where we were sending people to. And some students, some faculty and staff were sent to abusive places. Now, this wasn't what I was originally going to talk about, but something just happened to me recently, which is why I want to shift and talk about this now. We sent or were sent home, and maybe you were a wife or a husband that normally see, the spouse a couple of hours a day. But now during COVID, you see them all day, and it begins to get ugly, and there's victim blaming, there's maybe some physical altercations, maybe some words called, because we're in the house every single day, all day, right? And so being on top of someone when normally you see them at night, hug them, kiss them, good night. You see them in the morning, hug them, kiss them, off to work you go. Now you're not going anywhere, and you're on top of one another, and you become angry. And then the children came home. We sent your children to you, and maybe, they said some things. They're irritated because they're not out and free in their residence halls or their apartments. But now everyone's on top of one another, and that can activate irritation and verbal, mental, and physical abuse. And so I want to share with you, because we're still in COVID, even as we speak, I actually had an incident happen to me, not with a family member, but with a friend. And I think because of the stress of everything going on in the world, and have you gotten your vaccinations and so forth, this person spoke me out and said some things to the point where I felt threatened. And I want to share that because it shook me. And I want to be honest with you and let you know I cut that person off. Anytime someone is verbally abusive and they're calling you out of your name and your B's and your H's and other words, I'm not going to go into all those words on a live conversation. But I do want to say, if that's something that you haven't been doing, and you start calling people you're stupid, you're dumb, you're ignorant, you're other words, that's not acceptable. And so when I cut them off, I blocked them on social media. I blocked them from my phone because I felt violated. And this has happened recently. So normally things like this don't happen to me. I'm the director of a women's center. I'm typically talking to other people about not allowing this to happen to them. But because I said something that actually triggered them. So we have to be careful of triggers, because you could trigger someone and set them off. And I said something, and in just a moment, just a very quick moment, it activated them and they let me have it. Well, now people often trigger me, but I try to be in possession of myself and not allow other people to push my buttons. It doesn't always work, even with me, but even if I'm triggered, then I don't want to call you stupid, dumb, you'll never be anything, you're never going anywhere. And I'm talking with students who are saying, you never asked me, was I okay? COVID happened, the pandemic, and here in Nashville, prior to a week or two before the pandemic, we had several tornadoes, and it destroyed quite a bit of the city. So now people don't have homes. They're scrambling, looking for a place to live. And then the pandemic, and you can't leave, you're quarantined. And so I would just say to you, let's be mindful in these challenging times, because, while I see everybody's taking off their masks, I have about 25 masks. I got them in the car. I've got them in my purse. I've got them at work, and I've got them here at home. I'm still practicing safe habits, because even with the vaccine, everyone has not had their vaccinations. And in working with over 8,000 students, I want to be careful, having some extenuating circumstances going on in my life, that I don't become sick. But let's get back to the verbal abuse. Anytime that you can threaten people, threaten to hit them, I'm going to do this to you, I'm going to do that to you, you should be very concerned. And then I want to jump to, a lot of times and I'm in my 50s, a lot of times we as women, let's talk about women first. In my transparency, I will say to you, I have allowed things to happen because I did not want to be alone. And what were we during the pandemic? We were isolated. There were older people, there were younger people. people that were single, that were in their homes alone for long periods of times, for months, for weeks. And so that can cause you to allow things to happen that you normally wouldn't. So in my case, I allowed a relationship to go too far because, well, if I'm not friends with this person, I'll be alone. It is truly okay to be alone. I would rather be alone than to be abused. And so let us not, ladies, I was talking to a lady the other day. I went to a restaurant and we were eating. She was a little bit older than me. And she said, yeah, I'm in a relationship and I really should leave him because he's always calling me stupid. He's calling me dumb, but yet he's always asking for money. And if I don't give it to him, then he becomes violent. He doesn't touch me, but he's yelling and he's throwing things. And I said, sis, and I could see myself while I was talking to her. I said, that is unacceptable behavior. So we as women, just talking to women right now, let us not be so needy that we allow our friends or our relationships to cause us to stay in something that can cause us harm up the road. And then for men, yes, you all go through the same thing. And I share this on the college campus. Women can be abusive. And I have a young man and he shared, he was like, Miss Wilson, I'm always hearing about domestic violence and how women should be afraid of men. We are afraid of you as well, because if we don't stay with you, if we don't take you out to eat, if we don't give you money, he said, and we're in college. He said, so I'm trying to get a degree. I'm not trying to have a relationship or get married. I just want to be free. I want to be cool. I want to be down. And I think that's most of us. Most of us want to be free. So in my thankfulness, and I shared with him, I said, thank you for sharing that, because sometimes we as women, ladies, we become controlling. You know, you can't see someone else. You can't talk to someone else. If it's not your husband, why can't he? If he hasn't promised you uh, a rainbow, then why are we controlling and manipulative or abusive, where we're calling men out of their names, we're shouting and yelling abusively, verbally, or then there's that emotional abuse where we don't answer the phone, you know, we go on silent mode. Men and women do this. And so I would just say to all of us right now during this pandemic, let's get a hold of or possess our vessel. Let us not exhibit abusive behavior, whether that's mental abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse, or verbal abuse. It is unnecessary and it doesn't make for positive, healthy relationships. And with our elderly, let's talk about them. Sometimes we can be abusive of, and it is called elder abuse, where you are mismanaging, hurting, or abusing your parents, your grandparents, or anyone else. You might be working with elderly people, nursing homes, assisted living facilities. Let us all be mindful of the things that we say. Think before you speak, because we don't realize how we can trigger or hurt other people with our behavior. And I'm excited. I'm grateful. I'm thankful to be alive. I'm thankful to be out of that abusive relationship that I was allowing because I'm alone. I'm single. I live by myself. And I love being single and living by myself. But we all want love. We all want friendship. We all want companionship, but not to our detriment. Let us be very careful. Let us make great choices in who we allow into our life, who we have relationship with, because uh, sometimes it's not God that sends people our way. The devil sends people too, for those of you that believe as I do. And so I'm very mindful when new people come along into my life. You know, I'm trying to take it really, really slow in allowing new relationships, even with women, because everyone is not your assignment. I just spoke on that the other day on social media. I have not been assigned to everyone. and neither have you. Be very careful, be very choicey in who you allow into your life. But at the end of the day, be thankful, because all of us have great things ahead of us. All of us have overcome COVID. If you're listening to me talk today, you are an overcomer. You are here because God chose for you to still be in the land of the living. And I'm excited. If you want to talk with me further, you could find me under my name, Seanne, Seanne Wilson. You can find me on social media, Facebook, Instagram. Don't even worry about Twitter, because I'm hardly ever tweeting, but you can find me on those other social media platforms, or you can go to my website, www.seanne, Seanne Wilson, WILSON.com. And again, I'm thankful that you chose to listen to me today. God bless you, and we'll talk soon.
Trending today is the term transformative servant leadership. Well, that's trending. So what exactly does that mean? Many use the term without even knowing what it really means. And it refers to persons, people who are stepping into their calling, who want to do something that they feel God has placed within them, and they have a following. Our work is not based on monetary achievement or developing things that are self-promotional, but it's anchored in serving God. It's anchored in stepping into that gift, that purpose that God has placed within us. And so transformative, of course, means changing, how to make something better. And our actions are anchored in the faithfulness and service to God. It doesn't get better than that. When that's your mission, that's your focus. It is that relationship that elevates us. Now, many proclaim to be transformative servant leaderships, yet what they're doing is serving themselves. They walk around, they've got 20 people following them. You can't get close to them. Self-service promotions that are comfortable, and they're comfortable being served instead of serving. That's not what this is about. This workshop, this training, this coaching is about helping you to step into that gift that God has placed in you. Some desire to be close to God, yet they forget that Jesus came as a servant. He didn't come as, some glorified king who was flaunting his abilities. He came to teach and to help us to learn how to be of better service to humankind. We have to remain humble in our spirit. We have to be bold in our actions, and we have to be about serving people and organizations. You see, a great deal of what's wrong in society today is that those of us who have faith, those of us who are into service, are silent. We're quiet. We're not involved. We're not engaged. And we want things to get better. We want those who are serving to serve the people, yet they're not the ones who are about service to people. They're about service to themselves. So if those of us who believe in transformative servant leadership don't engage and don't get involved, if we don't step into our gift, if we don't honor those things that God has placed within us, society can never get better, because the impact that we have is limited. One of the things that I've found is that even when I fall down, I know that I will get up, because I do greatness. I know that it's on my DNA. I can't help myself. I know that when I fall down, I'm going to get up. I'm going to get up because my people got up. I'm going to survive because my people survived. I know that God can take my ordinary self and make me something extraordinary. I know that because he did it for my people. When I look around, I see greatness all around me, but I see it being pressed down because we're trying to fit into somebody else's paradigm. Now, before I get into the meat of this talk, I want to give you your reading list. The first book that I suggest for your reading is A Vision for Change and the Future of America. That was written by the late, great Congressman John Lewis. The second is called The Caring Community. That was written by Dr. Trudy Kibbe Reed. She is the past president of the great Bethune-Cookman University. Excuse me. The third book, of course, is Bethune, Out of Darkness into the Light of Freedom. That is a book that highlights the legacy of Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune. It also talks about the history of her life, and it's written by yours truly, Dr. Evelyn Bethune. The reason that I want you to read these books is because of the historical context and the way that they are able to show us the value of knowing our history. 4 other books that I think would be great for any library, especially the Library of Black Folks. The first one is Before the Mayflower by Lerone Bennett. The second, They Came Before Columbus by Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. The third is The Miseducation of the Negro by Dr. Carter G. Woodson. And the fourth is White Rage by Carol Anderson. These are great books for your summer reading. They're not big books. They don't have a lot of pages, but they are great books with a lot of knowledge and wisdom. They're written for people with great faith by people who have great faith. These books are what every Black person should read. And then you should send copies to all your white friends because they need to know these things too. You see, helping them understand the context within which we operate helps them to understand how we got to where we are, and also what their part of the responsibility of the heavy lifting is. If you don't read, you can't lead. Or as Trevor Otts would say, leaders are readers. If you don't believe it, trust me on this. The limit that you have on what you can express to others is based on the knowledge that you have within you. You see, knowledge is great, but it's only powerful when you share it. Education and deep dive knowledge, not just that surface stuff, is very critical from the very, for the very movement of our community. The transformative servant leader must be well read, must have a plethora of topics with diverse information, because we serve a diverse community. It's very difficult to step into leadership without having a broad base of information, because everybody's not the same. Everybody doesn't come from the same place, and everybody doesn't have the same background in terms of their knowledge base. So if you're planning to lead the people, you have to know the people, and you have to know the difficulties, the struggle, and also the victories that have been won. You see, everything is not about bad stuff. Everything's not about, who got shot yesterday. Some stuff is about who succeeded, how we got through, how we managed to still be here today, because everything was rolling against us, yet here we stand. Transformative servant leadership. It stems from your understanding that Jesus, once again, as I say this, was a transformative servant leader. And as a Christian, my belief tells me that I'm striving to be more like him. Too often we allow the knowledge of our imperfections to get in the way. Too often we take our achievements and push them aside. We don't understand the value of showing and reaching our greatness. We think that we have to be docile. Well, Jesus was quiet, but he wasn't docile. Remember, when he didn't like what was happening in his daddy's house, he kicked the tables over. Doesn't sound too docile to me. A good bit of what we know, we don't tell anybody. We don't know what anchors us. So we get tossed and torn by the storm. It's okay to be in the know. It's okay to show people that you know. You see, everybody talks about being woke and staying in the now. Well, being in the now doesn't mean that you don't know what happened yesterday. Because what happened yesterday can keep you from making the same mistake today. Without the knowledge of our history, without a clear understanding of the power and strength of who we are, what's on our DNA, we don't have a solid foundation to stand on. You see, when I say greatness is on my DNA, I know that. I'm not guessing. I have examples. When I look at my grandmother, Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune, nothing but greatness flowed through her veins. And it was because of her faith. She didn't hesitate to let people know that God was her driver, that she wasn't just, sitting there trying to fly the plane as him with him as his car co-pilot. He was the pilot. She was sitting in the co-pilot chair. She followed his instruction. She didn't make it up as she went along. That's why she was successful. That's why the institutions that she founded, the things that she laid her hand to, are still here 100 years after her entry into this world. The things that she developed, Bethune-Cookman University, National Council of Negro Women, still exist and are still doing great things. And we're still calling her name. She died in 1955, yet what she did in the 30s, 40s, and 50s is as relevant today as it was at that point in time. You see, we're still talking about some of the same issues because we haven't learned to value who we are as a people. We're always giving up the very essence of ourselves. Being a transformative servant leader doesn't mean that you acquiesce into somebody else's reality. It means that you serve the people with the gifts that God has placed in you that are unique to you. It helps us to understand our strength because it helps us get rid of the damage that was done through enslavement. We've been taught to hate ourselves. And if we don't recover from that, we won't ever get over the hump. History in the Making Coaching Network is focused on making you see that clearly, that you are great, and that what we want to do is show you how to do the same thing for somebody else. But you can't do that if you don't know that it exists within you. Use what you have, knowing that it will be enough. When we know our value, we know that what we have, what God placed within us, is powerful, strong, and life-changing. Being a transformative servant leader means that we use the example of Christ and teach wherever we can. Our plan of action is never determined or based on what's in it for us, but always what is for the greater good, what's good for the people that we lead and the communities that we serve. Just like it was important to know our history, it's even more important to maintain our relationship with the God that we serve. You see, it is in that intentional and determined relationship that we find our strength. The strength of our relationship with God determines the strength of our ability to lead with integrity. There are many examples of transformative servant leadership. Nelson Mandela, of course, is a prime example. John Lewis, who was willing to lay his life on the line for the community that he served. Dr. Martin Luther King, Sojourner Truth, Shirley Chisholm, and even, yes, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris placed herself in a position of having rocks and eggs thrown so that she could serve her community. I am sure that within that dialogue, there are, betterments for her own position, but her willingness to step out into the darkness and take a position of power to better her community, the people she serves, and her country. That is transformative servant leadership. Think of one person that you know who is truly a transformative servant leader, someone within your circle. Our history is filled with those who were willing to give their lives to the betterment of the people. This is not to say that they did not stumble, and sometimes, I'm sure, like David, fell down, but they knew to get up, to look up, to repent, to try harder, and to move forward. Let's be clear. Knowing our history doesn't mean that we keep looking back and not have a vision for the future. It means that we use the strength of our ancestors to help us build and shape that vision. Because you see, it is proof that we can achieve at the highest levels if we believe. Faith is built on believing. There is hope in the future. It is believing that heals us. The word says that you are healed by your faith. All she had to do, that woman with the issue, was touch the hem of his garment, and she was healed. She was healed because she believed that if she could just get to the ground and put her hand on that garment. And it is said that Jesus said he felt the energy flow from him to her, and her body was healed. That's what transformative leadership is all about. When you are a servant leader, you have the ability to heal the ills of this country, to heal what's happening in your community. Some of the skills you need to have: number one, great listening skills. Number two, lots of empathy, because you have to feel compassion for those that you serve. The ability to develop others and to help them embrace their own uniqueness, helping others find their greatness. Being persuasive, charismatic, that enables you to get their attention so that people hear what you're trying to say. My dad always told us there was a reason that God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth. It was so that we would listen more than we talk. So always be a good listener. You have to also have the ability to see the big picture, to create the vision, but to inspire others to see it and to believe that it can actually be achieved. Because you see, a vision that seems unattainable will soon lose its fellowship. Encouraging intellectual creativity. This thing right here, that mind, it's a muscle. If you don't work it, just like that flab on your belly, okay, you hear what I'm saying? If you don't work it, it will lose its ability to function. It is critical that we be readers as leaders so that we have viable information to share with others and can point others in the right direction. We also have to put that ego on the shelf. When you walk out the door, leave it in the closet. Ego does not serve us well. The ability to adapt. You got to be able to flow. And I don't mean go with the flow. I mean flow so that you can adjust for the audience that you are serving. Don't be up here in the rafters if you need to be down here on the floor. You have to meet people where they are and be willing to wash some feet if necessary. Have morals and high character, ethical standards, and integrity. There are times when it may get difficult, when you may step outside of your purpose, when you may distance yourself from the Creator, and you might lose your way, but find your way back. Make amends, because God has a purpose that he placed inside of you that nobody else can fulfill. That is your purpose, your calling, and that is where your greatness lies. Don't get caught up in feeling depressed, unnecessary, and irrelevant. That's not what God gave you. So hold on and get through it, because that's what God will do for you. When you are a transformative servant leader, you're going to always encounter difficulties. You're going to always have mountains to climb, rivers to swim, and sometimes broke down bridges to cross. But you can do it. The greatness lies within you. Trust me, I know, because I've broken some bridges, set some fires, fallen down on my face, and had to figure out how to get up. But I did it because greatness is what? On my DNA. Have the ability to bring about change. That takes performance at the highest level. People have to believe. They have to believe that it can change. You want the folks that you serve to buy into what you're trying to make them see. In order to do that, you have to believe that it can happen too. If you don't believe it, you can't convince others that it's going to happen. Trust me on this, I'm speaking from what I know. Which of these characteristics do you have, and which ones don't you have? Which ones do you need to work on? That's what we can help you to figure out. You see, our network, our coaching channel, History in the Making, can help you to find out what is the best you that you want to bring forward. People who know me say that I am relentless. I never give up. I know what it means to be in a hole, and sometimes you can't find your way out. I know what it means to be down there and somebody's shoveling dirt on top of you to bury you. But the God that I serve has shown me just how to shake it off, pat it down, step onto it until I can climb out of that hole. You can't bury greatness. No one can take it away. It is the gift that God has given you. When God gives it to you, it's yours. The only way you get rid of it is if you give it away. Remember, God doesn't need us. We need him. So when he opens the door, don't wait to see if it will swing wide open before you try to step in. Slide through the crack if you have to. If he opens a window, find your way through it. When he sends out a rowboat in the storm, don't wait for a motorboat. Get on board and start rowing. In other words, pay attention. Use the blessings that you have. History in the Making Coaching Network can give you the opportunity to grow, to be your best self, to step into your purpose, to let others see your greatness. We will show you how to use the tools God has already given you to be the best that you can be. Don't miss that opportunity. What are you waiting for? I'm confident that we can help you walk into the next level, because greatness is where? On my DNA. And I know that it's on yours too. It's been a joy talking to you today and just telling you about the power that lies within. For you see, as a transformative servant leader, you can change the world. You can change your community for the better, and you can help your neighbor be a good neighbor, civically responsible, mentally strong, spiritually sound, and what? Willing to share with others. That's where our greatness lies. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Take care and find us in History in the Making Coaching Network. Bye-bye. Love you.
On the power of personal vision, so that you can learn how to reach the goals that you have for yourself, for your career, for your ministry, for all the different areas of your life. Now, just go to powerofpersonalvision.com, powerofpersonalvision.com, and sign up
for my free course on the power of personal vision. Again, that site is thepowerofpersonalvision.com.
God created each of us with a unique combination of gifts, personalities, and strengths to fulfill the destiny He has created us to accomplish according to His purpose. We are to thrive in our lives and businesses and ministry while creating a legacy of abundance and good works for His glory. I'm Lisa Dale, a contemporary Christian business and life coach, founder of LifeWalk GPS. I help Christians ready to transition from unsure to confident by allowing them to identify the purpose God has for them based on their unique gifts, personalities, and strengths, ensuring they get it right and create the life, business, or ministry that God designed them to be.
Success is in you. Did you know that you were strategically equipped and designed to be successful? Guess what? At the beginning of Exception for all of us, God equipped all of us and designed all of us with purpose and equipped us to be successful. You're no different. You're no different than me. I am a mother of 5 children. Actually, I was a young mother trying to raise 5 children, trying to handle a marriage, an abusive marriage, trying to work 3 jobs, trying to battle being not only a Black woman, but being a woman in corporate America amongst others, trying to balance all of that and still find my purpose in life. I always ask myself, how long would it be before I become successful? When was it going to happen? Why hasn't it happened yet? When is it going to take place? All these questions I beat myself up about, because on the outside looking in, as people who are watching me from the outside, they assume that, guess what? She has the perfect marriage because they didn't see the abuse in the marriage. She had the perfect life. She didn't have to struggle because I made everything look so easy. She had the perfect job, but they didn't understand the hell that I was going through, trying to always be a step ahead of the game when it came to my coworkers or people that were on my level in supervision. They didn't see that part. They didn't see any of that. Only thing they assumed, because of what society portrays as success, is what they define as success. But me, and when I go home and have to go back to my everyday life, I was broken. I was messed up from the floor up. My mind was everywhere because I knew that God equipped me to do something great, but I didn't want to just do these great things just for everybody else and forget about myself. So God whispered to me one day, and I can hear it as clear as day. He told me, Tanya, you were strategically equipped and designed by me to be successful, but it's up to you to believe that. It's up to you to take accountability. It's up to you to dig deep within yourself and accept you for being simply who you are. You do not have to be every and anything to everybody. You just need to be true to yourself. And when I start listening and I started checking myself and not feeling bad for wanting to be more than people stated I should be, wanting to do more than I was already doing, wanting to step outside of my comfort zone and be in a better place when it came to being more financially stable for my children, being able to provide things that they weren't accustomed to getting, being able to walk away from a 20-year marriage of abuse throughout that marriage, being able to walk away from corporate America, dealing with the abuse of men that I work with that no one ever knew about. God strategically equipped all of us to be successful, but success is not divine or defined by material things. Success is not defined by what people think about you. Success is not defined by what others think you should do and what others think you should be. Success is only defined by what you think about you, how you feel about you, how you see you when you look in the mirror, not when anyone else looks in the mirror. Success is in you, but it's up to you to pull it out. It's up to you to pull it on the showcase. It's up to you to let the world know you did not give me success, because God already put success within me. It's up to me to show up for me now. So I encourage you, I challenge you to take accountability, personally evaluate yourself. Take a look at yourself seriously in the mirror every single day, because I had to do that for myself. And tell yourself, I am what God designed me to be. I am what I think about me. I am great. I am beautiful. I am whatever I say I am about me. And until I start speaking positive things unto me, I can't change my situation or my circumstances. So I challenge you, and I challenge all of you or anyone that's listening. Success is not what people say. Success is not you. Success is already instilled in you. It's just time for you to step out on faith, check yourself, evaluate yourself. If you need to get someone to help you with your personal development, seek that help. But get to a place where you can find the ultimate level of success. And the ultimate level of success is a peace of mind. And when you find that peace of mind within yourself, you'll be at peace with who you are. You will be at peace with your inner person. You'll be at peace whatever comes your way. You will find a level of success within yourself, and you won't have to worry about what people think. You don't have to worry about what people say. You can get up and go ahead and start that business. You can get up and go ahead and finish schooling. You can get up and go and be whatever you want to be. But it's up to you to understand that your success is not centered on what other people think and what other people feel or what other people say you should be or where you should go. Success is in you, and you determine how successful you are based on what you allow, what you tolerate, who you listen to. So make sure that you're doing all the things that you need to do, not for anyone else, but doing it for you. And when I got to the place where I was just happy, just waking up every day, showing up for me, just happy being Tanya, and not just being the mother, being the wife, being the employee, being the motivator, being the teacher, being everything that everybody else needed from me. And I started just being who I needed to be for myself. I found the ultimate peace. Now I'm in a happy marriage. Now my children are set up financially where they understand the importance of finding a level of peace so they can be situated and be able to pass that down to their children. So what I'm saying to you guys, success is not you. Success is in you. And don't let nobody fool you. It's up to you now to make the decision to step out on faith and change the things that you can change. And the things that you can't change, challenge yourself to overcome those fears, overcome all of those obstacles. Get up, stop procrastinating, stop being lazy, stop doing the things that's causing you to not be able to be successful. It's all up to you guys now. So I challenge you and I encourage you to step out, do something different, try something different, be something different, love yourself different, service yourself better, be accountable for your actions, hold yourself responsible It's all up to you. No one can make you successful. It's up to you to make yourself successful. But always remember that it's already instilled in you. It's just up to you to let it out. And the time is now. The time is right now that you get up, stand up, step up, show up, and show out. Not for anyone else, but do it for you. I'm rooting for you. I'm clapping for you. I'm excited about what God is going to do in your life. I'm excited about it all. So I encourage you once again, step up, show up, and do whatever it takes to get you at a place of perfect peace within yourself. And once you get to that place, I promise you, I know that things will start lining up. Success will meet you at the door. Doors will open. People will come. People will pour into you. Lives will be changed. Testimonies will be made. All of this stuff will find you, and you won't have to run after success. Success will show up at your door, because guess what? It's already in you, and it's just waiting for you to open the door and let it out so that more stuff can come in. So you guys, find the success that's in you. It's not going to be easy. It's hard work. It's hard work when you have to check yourself and hold yourself to a higher standard of excellence. But it's something that you got to do if you want to be successful, because no one can do it for you. And no one is going to hold your hand. No one is going to be there when you're up crying. No one is going to be there when you're frustrated. No one is going to be there when you're trying to figure it out. So make sure you get yourself mentally equipped. Get your heart mentally set. Get yourself in a place where you're at peace with whatever comes. And once you do that, you'll learn that you can fight off anything. You can battle any obstacle that may come your way. And you'll be able to come out on the good end. So once again, you guys, success is not you. Success is already in you. And I want you to step up and let it out. Let it out in the world, because there are so many people that need to hear your voice. There are so many people that need to know that, guess what? If I can do it, so can you. And I know if I can come from a lot of trauma, abuse, and be successful, why can't you? We're all given the same hours in a day. We're no different. But if you do not apply yourself, if you do not execute, and you do not stay the course, you can't have everything God has already equipped you with and instilled in you. So get up, you guys. Show up for yourself. Show up for your own success. You determine your success. I can't determine your success. Only thing I can do is encourage you to be more successful. But I want you to find you. And once you find you, success will automatically gravitate toward you. So success is not you, guys. It's not you. Success is in you, because you are strategically equipped to succeed. And don't let nobody tell you otherwise. You are destined for greatness. So get up. Let's get the ball rolling. Let's start now. Let's start now to get you to the place that you need to be. I'll see you on the other side of Success Boulevard, because guess what? It's all in you. And I'm waiting to see what you're going to do with it. Thank you.
Through traumatic relationships or divorce, and I help them get to the next stage of their life. I help them figure out the process of going from hurt, going from frustrated, into owning their success and building their businesses. And why do I do this? Because this was me. This was my story. You see, it was at one point where I was married. I was married for 17 years. And it was a rocky relationship, very rocky relationship, ups and downs. You know, we get married. We don't know in the beginning. You know, we get married because we think we're in love with someone. We think that person is going to be the one. We've done our homework, right? We're young. We've figured it out. We have all the answers. They're telling us the right thing. We say, I do. And then we realize that down the line that, wait a minute, I might not have thought this through. You know, things are not going the way I wanted them to go. Things are not happening in the manner in which I envisioned a marriage should be. I envision a marriage where we're going to be everlasting. We're going to work it out and figure it out together. We know we're going to have hard times. Yes, we're going to have hard times, but we love each other, right? And we'll work it out. And then the children come. And then jobs come, finances come. And then you find yourself going through some times where all of a sudden you're being berated. You see, in my 17 years of marriage, you know, we thought we had all the answers. I never figured that I'd be in a marriage and end up in jail. You heard that right, in jail for 2 days, domestic violence. Who wants to get married and then go to jail? Who wants to get married and then realize that the person that you're with is toxic for you? That's not a marriage, but there's no blueprint for this, right? We don't know. We just have to try to figure it out. So I remember one day we got into this really, really big argument, really, really nasty. And the one thing I always said was, we would never, ever, ever do this in front of the children. The kids were the safe zone because they're innocent in the process, right? They don't know what's going on. They just see mommy and daddy. They're loving each other. They're supposed to be there for each other, setting the example. But what they did not see was mommy going upstairs to her room and crying every night. What they did not see was mommy coming home from work and sitting in the driveway, sitting in her car, not wanting to go inside the house. What they did not see was every time they turned their backs, I was crying deeply inside because I was just struggling to figure out, where did I go wrong? Where did we go wrong? How many have you ever felt this way? Have you ever been in a relationship where it all started out really good? You thought you had all the answers. You were doing everything right. You were doing everything right. He was saying the right things. It sounded good at first. You guys were good. You guys are good, going on vacations together, just being there for each other. And then it wasn't. And then you weren't. And then you're looking at yourself, you're turning around and like, who am I? That's the one question at the end of everything is, who am I? Because we live for everyone else. We live for the children and making sure they're okay. We live for the spouse, even though they're not giving us what we want. We live for them and making sure that they're okay. We live to make sure that there's dinner on the table, the kids are fed, because you know what? In some relationships, you may be married, but you're not really in a committed relationship. You may be married, but you're really dating because you're doing it all alone. You're doing it all alone. And that was me. That was me. And I could not figure out for the longest what was going on. And the one thing I always say in any relationship, you never say, I would never. You know, we get into this before we get married, like, look, if he ever did that, I will never. That would be the breaking point. Oh, I'm leaving him if he did. Well, guess what? I was in jail. It was only 2 days. Let's not think that it was something long. It was only 2 days. But nonetheless, I was in jail. And then what most people would say, oh, I go to jail for him, I'm gone. I was there. I stayed. And we do that for many reasons, right? There's no fault, there's no guilt, there's no shame. We should not hold that, but we do it for so many reasons. We do it for the kids, we do it for the finances, we do it for, you know, the life that we've lived, that we're living. We're doing it because we don't have the finances. We're doing it because we can't figure it out. We're doing it for so many reasons. but we stay. But then it comes to a point where you get sick and tired of being sick and tired. You get sick and tired of night. You get sick and tired of lying to yourself. You get sick and tired of showing up outside, putting on that happy face. You know how we do. We go outside and we put on that big face like everything is okay. Somebody asks you, okay? Yeah, I'm good. Everything is good. Husbands, oh, he's just fine. Yeah, yesterday we had a great conversation. But you get tired of it. And that's what I did. I got tired of it. So it was that one time. We got into a heated argument. It was always over something trivial. I think it was because we were, I don't even remember, it was a movie theater or something or another, but it was a topic, but it was not the issue, the underlying issue, the root cause of what was going on. It was another topic, but it was so many topics, but this was the topic of all. This was the icing on the cake, the cherry on top. And I remember going to him and I said, this is the last time you're going to talk to me in that manner and treat me in that way. And I remember walking out of the room. And at that time I had walked up into the room. He was sitting on the bed and we had just gotten home from the movie theater. Like I was saying, we had just gotten home from the movie theater. And I was just, on the way back from the movie theater, I mean, he was cutting into me, into my soul, just really, really going in about something that he was upset with. And I was upset because the kids were in the back. And that was the breaking point. And he went upstairs to the room. I walked up those stairs. I walked into the room and I stood in front of him. And I said, this is the last time you would speak to me in that manner. And I walked out of that room and I heard him shut the door behind me, slam the door behind me. And I heard the cursing of, I was everything except the name that my mother gave me. And I remember walking down those stairs and I felt like the weight of the world was on my shoulders. And I went downstairs and I sat on the couch and I told myself, okay, I'm gonna have to figure this out. I'm gonna have to figure this out and I'm gonna have to make it work, but I will figure it out. And I remember sitting there with my hands in my head in my hands on the couch, feeling broken and powerless. And I said, I'm done. And then I heard someone suddenly say, Mommy, are you okay? And I looked up and it was my daughter staring at me with worry in her eyes. You see, like I said, for those 17 years with my kids, whenever they saw that, I was able to say, no, I'm okay. Mommy's good. Nah, we just good. Mom and Dad are just having a little argument. We're okay. What do you want for dinner? You know, and change the subject. But that day, no, I didn't. I put on a smile. I said, you know what? No, I'm not okay, but we're going to be okay. And it was in that moment I took, and that's when I made the plan. I said, today is the day where I put me first. Today is the day where I look out for my safety. Today is the day where I look out for my security and my kids' security. That was the first time I uttered those words to her. And that was the one time I felt so in power. So what did I do? I made a plan. I came up with a plan. And at that moment I said, my marriage is over. It's done. 17 years, I'm done. So I put together my exit strategy. You know, we can't just do it. The one thing I had to do was figure out what I was going to do, how I was going to do it. And I had to put my kids in the forefront. They were the most important to me at that moment. How can I make sure that I do this for my safety, their security? And that's exactly what I did. I made up my mind and I found me a place. And it took me some time, but I was okay with it. I was okay with all the drama that was still going on. I was okay because I had made up my mind that it was time to go. And I found me a place and we moved. The very next month we moved, I packed up my kids and I took what I needed. You know, the one thing I say to ladies, when you're going through these situations is the bickering. No need to bicker. If you've made up your mind, no need to bicker over anything. You pack your stuff and you leave. That's it. You want the refrigerator, keep it. You want the couch, keep it. Because you know what? God will provide you with everything that you need and whatever you need going forward. And that's exactly what he did. I found me a place. Let me tell you, I had never slept so good in my life. I didn't realize that what I was missing. I didn't realize that when I got in my bed and that night and was able to go to sleep and put my head on that pillow and slept like a baby, Didn't even have all my furniture, kids had theirs. I was okay with the little bit that I did have, because what I know I had was a peace of mind. I had peace and security, and I was okay. I was just elated just to be able to be laying there by myself, not having to worry about somebody nagging me at night about what they need, what they want, what they desire, that I no longer cared about. I was living the life that I wanted to live, and I was so happy. My kids were safe. I was safe. Look, this is the way it should be. This is the way life should be. This is the way I was born to be. I was born to be happy and be okay. I wasn't born to be with someone who's going to bring me down, and neither are you. Neither are you. That's not a marriage. You're not property. But then after a while, I'm living in bliss and I'm good. And then you realize, wait a minute, I went from a 2-parent household to one. I went to a 2-income household to one. Hold on, I got to figure out how to make this work. I got food, clothing, college coming up, extracurricular activities. I had all that I had to take care of, because you may not be getting a lot of financial help when you're in that status, right? But we got to make it work. And that's what we do as ladies. That's what we do. We rise to the occasion. So what did I do? I started looking at ways to make an income. I had a good job, but I needed a way to make sure that I was secure going forward. So I started looking at ways to make another income. And that's when I started to put the plans together to build my own business. And in that process, additionally, is looking for someone that's going to help me get out of that position, because I had never been there. I had no one to turn to. I didn't know who can I turn to ask, hey, how do you maneuver through this process of going through a separation and divorce? What do you do? How do you do it? I have all these emotions. What do I do with this? I found myself, even though I was in bliss, I was crying still in my bathroom, because I did not know how to process those emotions. I felt violated. I felt lost. I felt confused. Have you ever felt this way? Have you ever felt like your world was just shattered? You were with someone for 17 plus years. That was supposed to be your one and only, your I do forever. And it's gone. And in that moment, I needed help and I could not find help. And let me tell you, I searched high and low for someone to help me out, and I could not find anyone. No one. So I finally found a therapist. Thank God for therapists. And I went to a therapist. And then after that, I was like, okay, now what do? I have all these things that I want to do in life. I want to build this business, but where the heck do I start? And I found someone who was actually able to coach me through it. And let me tell you, I don't care what anybody says, you cannot do it alone. I could not do it alone, because I was so emotionally with the process, but I figured it out. It took me a long time. Even with the coaching, I had to spend a whole lot of money on personal development, books and seminars and classes, and just so much pouring into me to make sure that I was okay mentally, spiritually, physically, so that I can build that financial fortune. And that's exactly what I did. That's exactly what I did. I built this business for me. And what business is that? I am now providing the services to people who were in my situation and do not have the person to reach out to. I became the person that I was looking for. I became the coach that I needed. I became the therapist. Because let me tell you, in my business, it's not about, I knew what I had to go for a therapist, but let me tell you what I realized that I needed. I needed someone sometimes who was a mother who wasn't a mother, a friend who wasn't a friend, a sister who wasn't a sister. I needed that person that I can go to, put everything in there and not have to worry about feeling judged or anything. Not have to worry about somebody sitting up in here going back and spinning my conversation back on me. I needed that safety, and I became that safety for women. I became that savior. I became that white flag. I became that person to give you what you need to get you to the next level and help you get through and build your businesses. And let me tell you, my ladies are kicking ass out here. My ladies, they've gone through and didn't realize what that the conversation with me, we're going to get to the bottom of it. I'm going to figure out I'm going to help you figure out what it is that you own in that process, because it's no longer about him. It's about you. And it's about you figuring out, okay, what's my accountability in that? What is the lesson that I was supposed to learn in that? That's part of the spiritual growth that we go through, and the mental growth in it. What is the lesson that God was trying to tell me? Because there's a lesson in everything for you to get to your blessing. And I help ladies get to that. And they have had some phenomenal revelations, just like myself. I didn't realize that I was supposed to be this person for someone else. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that I was supposed to be sitting here teaching people marketing and sales. What? That's not me. I was an IT auditor. That's not, marketing and sales wasn't me. But I'm showing my ladies how to do that now, because what I believe is every woman should have a business. Every woman should have a business. Why? Because you want to get to a point where your next person that you're going to be with, because I don't rule out love, but you want to set yourself up so that the next time you are so holistic that you're not putting your all into someone. That person compliments you, that person brings something to the table, but you have to be your own person. You got to define who you are. Who do you want to be in this life? What do you want to do? Everyone has something. Everyone. And what I found that ladies do is when you get into marriages and you don't know who exactly you are, what exactly you want, what exactly you bring into the table, then you're relying on other entities to give you that, and you're coming up incomplete. You're coming up short. You start relying on your kids and living through them, but you're not fulfilling yourself. You start expecting your spouse to do more, but you're not doing anything for yourself. And you know that you should, because we all have these ideas of what we want to do, but we put it on the back burner. Well, it's time, you know what? It's time to go dust that off the shelf, and I help you get it. I help you figure it out, and I help you get to that next level. Because it's all about empowering you. It's all about you being bold and reigniting the person that you are. I'm going to help you release those pains from the past. I'm going to help you reclaim exactly who you are mentally and physically. Yeah, we're going to get your body right and your mind right, because that's all in one when it comes to owning your own business. And then we're going to try to figure out, what's your financial plan, honey? It doesn't even have to be building a business, because I'll show you how to build a business, but I'll also show you how to get that next position that you want in your job, how to set yourself up for success. And let me give you the key to that right now. The key to setting yourself up for the next level is your mental state and taking accountability for yourself. Now, let me tell you, if you don't do anything else with me, take that with you. Take that. Own your mental state and be consistent in anything that you do. Anything. But let me tell you, don't go at it alone, honey. Don't go at it alone. It's just not. You have so much to give in this world. We have so much that we have to offer. But I want you to declare it. I want you to say, to declare it to yourself right now, that no one else has, right at this moment, say no one else has any control over you. You're going to take back full control over who you are. Take back your control. Speak it, write it out. Because there's a power in speaking and there's a power in writing it out. Declare it. Own it. Take accountability for exactly who you are. Listen, we go through this, and one of the common questions that I get from people is, Tanya, can you help me rebuild myself? Can you help me figure it out? And my answer is always a resounding, yes, I can. I can help you rebrand yourself. Because that's what it's all about. Rebranding who you are. We think of branding in terms of, a business that you're running. That's the front end. That's all. I mean, that's the back end, baby. That's the best. That's the residual. You have to rebrand who you are and step into your greatness. You have to figure out, what do I want? How do I want to show up every day? How do I want people to talk about? What do I want to leave every time someone leaves, walks away from me? What's the impression that I want them to have? What's the feeling that I want them to have when they leave, when they encounter me? What is that? We know what we wanted for our kids, right? But for you, how do you want someone to walk away from you? Look, these are the things that we get through. And let me tell you, all my ladies, I tell them, when you leave me, when you come work with me, we are sitting there and we crying on, like you gonna think you're a therapist, but I am not a therapist. But you're gonna get to the nitty gritty. And then building your business is going to be, it's just going to go, because you're going to be so in tune to who you are as a woman and what your next step is. Everything else is just going to come easy. You just need the blueprint, and that's what I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you the blueprint. In my 3-step process, we have be mindful, We have be well and be wealthy. And let me tell you, those three things, you're building the foundation. It doesn't matter the business, doesn't matter what you're doing. It doesn't matter what your next step is. Your business could be your job, because that's a business too. I'm gonna show you how to think about that and how to do that. Your business could be anything, anything. Your business could be staying at home as a stay-at-home mom. Let me tell you, I'm just saying, this should look, the sky is the limit. The sky is the limit. But if you're having a hard time holding on, if you're holding on to that negative energy and you're not quite sure how to get to the next level, the possibility is this, because you deserve happiness. Anything is possible. Yes, anything is possible, because why? Just like I said, you deserve happiness. You deserve that peace of mind knowing that your kids are safe and secure. You deserve happiness because you deserve to be able to put yourself first and not feel guilty or feel any type of remorse about doing so. Not feel guilty or shame or frustration. You don't owe it to anybody. You don't owe it to the in-laws or anyone. You deserve happiness. You deserve to live a life mentally, physically, and spiritually free. And with a financial abundance, it's so possible. And all you got to do is tap into who you are. You are worthy of everything that you have in life because you deserve happiness. You deserve everything that you are. So picture that day. Picture a day when you don't feel afraid to go home anymore. You don't feel afraid to walk up to your door, put your key in your door, and know that the people on the other side are so full of love. Your house is just full of love and abundance. Picture a day where you walk up to people outside and they're just like, what is it about you? You're glowing. You just look so good. Picture that day where you can just sit back and say, well, wait a minute, I can show you how to get there. Are you okay? And picture a day when you are just so full of joy that your kids are like, I see the change in you, mommy. Why didn't you do this a long time ago? Or I see the change in you, mommy. I like the new you. Picture that day. It's possible. You're worthy. Like I said, my name is Tanya, and I am a transformation strategist. I help you rebrand yourself because you deserve happiness. If you want any more information, please follow me. You can get in touch with me at tanyarobinson.net. That's tanya@tanyarobinson.net. And you can schedule your call with me. Call is free. Let's just schedule a breakthrough strategy. But I'm here to help you get to your next level. Remember, tanya@tanyarobinson.net. Thank you.
And mentoring. I believe that when a person moves forward from their past, that provides a conducive space for growth to occur. I also offer forgiveness coaching, relationship coaching, and self-care advocacy. My goal is to use words to empower and heal. You can schedule a session with me through my website at www.
Through motivation, encouragement, and through the provision of life coaching services, we believe that true beauty shines from the inside out, and we have provided a cozy environment such that we can cater to your braiding and your life coaching needs. By life coaching needs, we are big on personal transformation. We give you services on marital transformation, personal transformation, career transformation, and even business transformation. Contact
in a superhero t-shirt. They are so excited. They're running around with their arms up and their chest is out, and they leap into the air. Somehow, someway, they feel that they can conquer the world. They can do anything. Unfortunately, not all of us have that confidence, especially when it comes to business. I certainly didn't have any confidence working in corporate America for 15 years, coming to work early, staying late, and sacrificing precious time away from my family. My boss called me into his office one day. I brought a pad and pen into the office thinking I'm going to brainstorm on a new project. Loretta, he said, the company is in a corporate merger and we have to let one of our top managers go. And it's going to be you. Me? What? I sat there and tears began streaming down my face. Me, the dedicated employee who showed up for work 15 years. Me, the employee who lived and breathed the corporate culture. Me! My boss had just pulled the rug out from underneath my feet and I was livid. After I calmed down, I was terrified. I had 3 strikes against me. 1, I was literally unemployed with no job interviews in sight. 2, I was graced with age and companies were hiring millennials straight out of college and paying them 1/3 of my 6-figure income salary. And 3, I imagined in my head that I was going to have to break a promise to my 2 children in college with out-of-state tuition. Hello, baby. Mama lost her job, so you're going to have to come home from college and leave your dreams behind. Now, there's more to the story, but what I will share with you is that I transitioned into becoming a successful entrepreneur using the tool of real estate investing. When I generated $80,000 net profit on my first real estate deal, I never looked back. Moving forward, I've expanded my business to coach new entrepreneurs while including their families in their business. As a prominent family entrepreneur expert, here's what I want you to know. 99% of success is built on failure. You can overcome loss and adversity. You are powerful and unstoppable beyond imagination. But first, you must be prepared to generate confidence necessary for business success. I learned this lesson the hard way. When I was 7, my mother believed that I should take music lessons. We had an old piano in our 2-flat home. Back in the day, the piano teacher came to your home to give you weekly lessons. I loved pop music like the Jackson 5. Not so much Tchaikovsky. But I was required to read and practice classical sheet music as instructed. Therein lies the problem. You see, both of my parents worked and they didn't always check to see how much I was actually practicing. I figured I could get away with practicing as little as possible so I could turn on WVON AM radio and listen to Herb Kent, the Cool Gent, which was a popular Chicago DJ at the time. Well, the chickens came home to roost, as Malcolm X would say. I didn't realize the piano teacher had to demonstrate value by having students participate in a piano recital. It's time for you to perform to play this classical piece, she said, and it's by Bach. The recital is this coming Sunday afternoon. What? Nobody said anything about me having to play on stage in front of a group of people. The look of sheer terror consumed my body. Today was Wednesday and I only had 3 days to really practice. What was I going to do? Before you know it, Sunday morning arrived. Like most black families with Southern roots, we went to the 11 a.m. church service. As soon as church is over, my mother said as I woke up and began picking out my Sunday clothes, we're heading straight to the recital hall. I had to think of something quick. Mom, I said, I don't feel so good. I have an upset stomach. Oh, she said, you ate the same thing for dinner that the rest of the family ate and nobody else got sick. I'll just give you some baking soda and water to settle your stomach. Now, you know that's old school. We didn't do the pink liquid stuff. But Mom, I'm sick. I don't piano this afternoon. My mom felt my forehead with her hand. You don't have a fever. You'll be fine, honey. My mom already knew it was a case of nerves, and she prevented me from backing out. The baby grand piano looked huge to me. As I began playing my musical piece, I stumbled and had to start over. I took a deep breath and started again. About midway through, I stumbled again. My chords and my beat was off. A few times I had to continue with just the melody because my left hand just wasn't coordinated enough with the bass chords. As I finished stumbling through Bach Minuet in G, I stood up and feebly took a bow. The audience politely applauded, and there was a huge sigh of relief as soon as I got off the stage. What I remember most about that day is this: I was not prepared. I didn't consistently practice, and performing on hope and a prayer isn't good enough. I lacked confidence. Does this sound familiar in your business? Well, I'm here to share with you the 5 simple steps to build confidence for business success. But before I do that, my gift to you is to make these 5 steps available in written form so that you can refer back to them as you grow your business. Just text the word confidence to 312-219-9447 along with your first and last name and your email address, and I'll send them to you right away. Now, you've already heard about one of the steps, preparation, but there's more to share in that area. There are critical steps everyone must take prior to preparation to build confidence for business success. Each step foundationally builds upon each other. So here are the 5 simple steps prioritized in order of importance. Step number 1, drop kick those limiting beliefs. The status quo will have you believing that you are not good enough. In fact, there are 3 areas most people fall into when it comes to limiting beliefs. A, they were born into a certain socioeconomic class, and this is their fate. Nobody in their family ever went to college or did anything with their life, and there is no confidence that they can do anything about it. B, the thought that, well, if they really knew who I am underneath this mask, they wouldn't love me. Usually people in this category allow shame or guilt to rob them of their confidence. Sometimes it's due to sexual identity or some negative behavior they did in the past. C, this is the category where a lot of people stay despite having previous success. The nagging feeling of I am just not good enough continues to haunt even successful business people who could have exponential growth if they would just remove this limiting belief and step into their greatness with confidence. Now, how do you eliminate limiting beliefs? I don't have enough time today to share all of the strategies for behavioral change. I share more inside of my coaching program, which you'll hear about later. But what I can share with you is that if you change your thoughts, you change your behavior. Language leads to thoughts, thoughts leads to feelings, feelings lead to actions, which equal results. The more negative language and thoughts you have on the left-hand side of the equation, the less likely you will achieve your intended results on the right-hand side of the equation. Connect with me, and I would love to share with you the daily affirmations that I use as a confident businesswoman. Go to my website, mamasoulwisdom.com, and download my free affirmations under the Old School Wisdom tab. The title is called The 2-Word Secret to Creating Success in Your Life. Once again, that website is mamasoulwisdom.com under the Old School Wisdom tab, because I share old school wisdom for a new generation. Step number 2, courage. Once you have the proper mindset, ask yourself this question: what did the lion request in the movie The Wizard of Oz? Maya Angelou, famous American author and poet, said courage is the most important virtue because you can't have the other virtues without courage. Courage allows you to be vulnerable and not lie to yourself or to your family. You can share what some might consider your dirty laundry and not become triggered by it. I feel sorry for anybody that has never had negative life experience, because it cheats you out of the opportunity to stretch beyond your circumstances with courage. I remember covering up the fact from my kids that I really did lose my 6-figure income job due to layoff. I was so embarrassed. You know, stuff like that wasn't supposed to happen to educated folks. Well, one day we were at a birthday party with some close family friends at a local pizzeria. Right there in front of the group, someone who knew me from my previous employment asked me how my job search was going since I had left 2 months ago. You should have seen the look on my kid's face. When I picked my face up off the floor, I faintly smiled and said that I was still looking for employment. When we were in the car on the way home, I had some explaining to do. I did not have the courage to be honest with my kids. I had egg on my face for a very long time, and with no confidence in myself as being a parent or a business owner. In business, courage means you have to have the confidence to try new things. You won't become fearless. However, you will have the confidence to be able to face fear and do it anyway. Don't get attached to the outcome or the results. Learn from what worked, what didn't work, and keep adjusting. The hardest part is just starting. It's like eating the awful waffle. The first one always looks bad and it doesn't taste good. But each waffle looks fluffier and tastes better when you keep doing it. Step number 3, preparation brings clarity. As I previously shared before, preparation brings confidence, but it also brings clarity. What's your intended outcome for your business, for your weekly and daily tasks? What is your big why? Clarity brings confidence. And gain clarity, one must do an analysis. An analysis to find out how you can do better than your competitors or add your secret sauce to your product or service. Is there a way that you can automate those mundane tasks in your business to free your time up for the things that only you can do? Can you eliminate the limiting belief that you can't hire a virtual assistant to support you in your business where you have possibly weak areas like social media or marketing? When preparing, use the technique of visualization to get the job done. Start with the end in mind and accomplish your goal. Work backwards by filling in the action steps required to succeed. Then you add your by-when dates next to each action step until you reach the beginning step. Then get to work and watch your confidence build. Step number 4, sharpen the saw, practice speaking and listening skills. Now that you have the entrepreneurial mindset and the courage to take on whatever comes your way through preparation, practice, practice, practice. Nobody gets six-pack abs just by thinking about going to the gym. You must put in the work. For business owners, it might look like reaching out to potential customers through various platforms like social media or making phone calls. Speaking to and listening to your target market will help you give your customers what they want. Get good at asking powerful questions because questions steer focus. Speak at networking events, speak on Clubhouse, speak wherever you can to provide exposure for your business. The more you speak, the more confident you'll become. Think progress over perfection. And listen to the feedback that the individuals are giving to you, what they're saying and what they're not saying. Be present to listen to understand and not to respond. Speaking and listening brings exposure to your business. Consumers don't purchase from the best business necessarily. They purchase from the best known business. Step number 5. Take action and walk like royalty, baby. There was an incident in my son's private high school where my son got into trouble, and it was serious enough for his potential expulsion. As a parent, I couldn't handle this, and this frightened me. I didn't have the confidence to guide my son through this crisis. It was up to the disciplinary committee to make the final recommendation whether he should stay or go. And all the previous decisions had all gone against the student. You know, it's tough raising black boys in this country. As a parent, we tell our children, you can grow up to be anything you want to be in America. But first, you must survive. Children of color must survive the violence, the gangs, and the bad seeds within law enforcement. They must avoid the prison economy, the negative beliefs, and the automatic prejudice simply because of the color of their skin. While I initially didn't have the confidence and believed that my son's terrible fate would be the same, I quickly developed the confidence and made the decision he would stay in his private high school. I used steps 1 through 4 by eliminating negative beliefs, having the courage to face the committee as a parent, continuing to prepare and practice what I was going to say. Then I added step number 5. My outer body language had to reflect confidence. I walked into that committee meeting and I looked everyone in the eye with gratitude. And I thanked them for the opportunity to speak. I was not arrogant, but my body language silently reflected that I dared any of them to put my son out of his private high school. The deliberation took less than 30 minutes. The decision was made that he would graduate from his high school, defying the odds. What does this have to do with business? Everything. All 5 steps are used daily to have confidence to start or expand your successful business. If you are not confident, your business will fail as an entrepreneur. You'll risk being miserable and start second-guessing yourself. Confidence is the secret ingredient to business success. If you believe that, say yes. If you believe that, say yes. I would love to connect with you on Instagram so you can share your story and I can continue to share mine. Take 5 minutes and connect with me on Instagram at Mama Soul Wisdom. That's IG at Mama Soul Wisdom. I'll follow you and you can follow me, and together we can be confident and successful in business. Now, let me ask you a question. If you could turn all of your challenges around with confidence and gain prosperity by starting or expanding your current business, what would that do for you? Let me guide you using my 6P system developed over the years to create powerful results in personal and business success. Go to coachwithmama.com. That's coachwithmama.com and register right now for an interview call with me so you can learn how to achieve business with success. Do it right now with confidence. Now, you may be asking asking yourself, will your 6P system work for me? Yes, nobody is more committed than me to ensure your business success. I find joy and purpose in co-creating with other entrepreneurs. Whatever it takes to eliminate those limiting beliefs to keep you in action, I'm the one. Why? Because I am this confident as someone holding a royal flush hand in a game of Texas Hold'em poker. Business requires coaching from other business owners who have demonstrated success, so that you can model after them. My business partner, who happens to be my husband of 41 years, we control 4 successful and profitable businesses. Let me support you and your family in being successful entrepreneurs with confidence. As a bonus for this special conference, I have added an offer to attend my masterclass valued at $197. It's discovering 6 keys to family happiness and success, and it's no cost to you. Enter the link mamasoulwisdom.com/registration to attend my next event. My name is Loretta Wetzel from Chicago, Illinois, also known as Mama Soul Wisdom, sharing old school wisdom for a new generation. I am the founder of I Am Love Movement podcast, where I interview parents and individuals who share how they have triumphed over tragedy through love, acceptance, and forgiveness. I'll leave you with this thought. Beat the status quo. Whatever you're doing today, do it with the confidence of a 4-year-old in a superhero t-shirt. Be confident in your business and live your best life. See you next time.
To creating your own business plan, you will now start to thrive instead of surviving. Let's not even waste time. Connect with me immediately. Click on the link below. Think about how much your situation has cost you over the years. Think about how it cost you to do nothing. It's not the time to keep doing it.
My name is Terry Harden. I'm Walt Disney's legendary Imagineer, Jim Henson puppeteer, known as a Muppeteer actually, international trademark artist and speaker. And I'm from Hollywood, California. Daddy, pick me up. I was a little girl and I was in the park. My father took me there often. And I saw so many parents picking their children up and flying them through the air to get a drink when they were thirsty. I couldn't reach, so I shouted to my father, "Daddy, pick me up. I'm thirsty, please." But my dad just stood there. He didn't move. Instead, he called me over. When I got to him, he said, "Honey, I can't, not here. Let's go home and get a drink." You see, if my Black father had touched me to lift me up at a drinking fountain at a public place, he could have been arrested or killed. And then, which water fountain does he take me to? The white water fountain or the black water fountain? My white mother and my Black father fell in love at the same time that Rosa Parks was fighting for her place on the bus. My white mother said in college she met my dad in class. When my dad walked through the door, my mother said she forgot where she was. She forgot her name. My mother forgot she was engaged to be married. I could have been a McNutt. Anyway, so my mother and father fall in love. And 1 year later, they want to be married, but they are forbidden to be married in their state. So they have to elope to Mexico. And the state that said it was forbidden for white people to marry Black people, you may be surprised to know that that is California. Because of the way I look, I was bullied. But have you noticed something about bullies? They seem to want to pick something about you or anybody that they don't like to pick on you for, no matter who you are. In my case, it was my white skin and my hair that stuck straight up in the air, blonde. I had bullies of all colors, both Black and white. My hair was set on fire. I was beaten. One time I was in class and I wasn't addressed by my name. Instead, my teacher called me Black Sambo. Black Sambo, my second grade teacher. I kept saying, my name is Terry. Black Sambo, she would reply, my name is Terry. I thought she had Dame Bramage. One day, exceptionally terrible day, I came home after a battle with the bullies, my clothes torn, my face scratched, my hair every directions. Well, that's pretty normal. But I was tear-stained and I plopped on the front porch and I decided to wait for my father to come home. As my head was in my hands, I watched my tears make a puddle on the stairs when I felt the coolness of a shadow cross my back and I looked up. It was my father getting home from work. He was carrying that lunchbox. You know, the kind that used to have, you open it up and it has the big thermos, coffee cup on top, fit in the lid. That was his lunchbox. What's the matter? He said. And I said, oh, Dad, why doesn't my hair grow straight down like white people and have a cute little flip like Mary Tyler Moore? Why does my hair have to grow straight up like some sort of corn husk bush, whatever? And my father said, calm down, calm down. I want you to breathe and close your eyes. Dad, this is serious, I said. 12 years old, everything is serious. This is serious. And my dad said, look, Terry, close your eyes. So I closed my eyes. And I took a big breath. My father said, imagine a rose. Do you have it? What's it look like? Daddy, I said, my rose is a long stem rose, pink with bright pink edges. That was my favorite kind of rose. My father said, excellent. Now I want you to look all around you, he said. Look each side and behind you and imagine you see nothing but weeds. So there I turned and I looked the other way and I looked behind me. All I could see was weeds. My father said, you got it? I said, yes, Daddy, I got it. Now I want you to plant that rose right in the middle of all those weeds. Got it? Yes, Daddy, I got it. Now I'm going to ask you one question, Terry. Are you the rose or are you the weeds? My eyes flew open and I got it. I got it. I'm the rose. But being a rose can be a challenge. It's not easy. It's easier to be the weeds, isn't it? Going along with what everybody says, whether you like it or not. But if you want to be the rose, you want to be the leader, that's going to be a lot more challenging. Wow, after this story, I not only felt confident in embracing who I was, but I had attitude. I'm a leader. I'm no sheep, said I at 12. When I was a little kid, I was known as an obsessive creative. In fact, I'm known as an obsessive creative all over. At 8 years old, I did little faces on Easter eggs, and my mother took them to work and sold them for $20 a piece. And I had $200 at age 8. At age 14, I did 148. That's right, 148 gingerbread houses, along with custom boxes, all hand built after reading A Good Housekeeping. An obsessive creator is when you see it, you want to do it. Okay. I illustrated director's chairs at 14 for a show called Barnaby Jones. I would just jump. If I wanted to do it, I jumped and figured out the how later. How did this happen? How could I be so fearless? Because of this story and the lessons my dad taught me. You see, you are a very unique, special person, and it's going to be challenging to be you. Being a leader, as I said before, is challenging. It's your duty, however, your God-given gift to empower and embrace who you are and help others to empower to be them as well. Isn't it? You deserve to have an amazing life and you deserve to be successful. But just because you deserve it and you want it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get it, right? God has a sense of humor, and he might just want to make sure you're worthy. So you may say you want to be an actress, a voiceover person, a musician, or even a Disney Imagineer. And he may say, really? Puh, puh. He punches you to the stomach. Puh, a right cross to the chin, and down you go. God says, you going to stay there? Or are you going to get up? Maybe you don't really want it. You get up, you dust yourself off. And then a karate kick. Hi-ya! Down you go again. Lord! And he says, are you sure you want it? This is not an easy path. It's not for the weak. And you say, I'm not weak. I'm a leader. And you stand up and you dust yourself off, don't you? Yes, you do. You see, I always wanted to be a Disney Imagineer. That's the person who sits and designs all kinds of attractions for Disney parks all over the world, Shanghai Disney, WDI, Disneyland, et cetera, so on and so forth. And so that's what I wanted to do. Here are some of the attractions that I am responsible for. Dragon's Lair Paris, the dragon is mine. Big Thunder Mountain, here I am building it at Imagineering, Big Thunder Paris. There it is at the park in Paris, for real, mine. Be there a lot longer than I will be. I was in both Ghostbusters, helped build the Marshmallow Man and did the Terror Dog. Worked with Dolly Parton, whoa, and so much more. But I had to fight for it. Well, I wanted to be an Imagineer, and here's what happened. It didn't happen right away. I have enough rejection letters from Walt Disney Imagineering to paper this entire studio 10 times over. That's right, 10 times over. That mouse was on every letterhead, Mickey Mouse in his sorcerer outfit, and I began to hate him. I'm going to be truthful. Mickey would say, you're not worthy. No, thank you. Never mind. Disney doesn't want you. Over and over and over again. But I didn't quit. And suddenly, there I was, a Walt Disney Imagineer. I kept doing it. I have an amazing life. And as a result, I'm very, very successful. And you can too. But I got to tell you, it's not enough just to dream about what you want to do, to try and manifest it. You're going to have to fight for it. And you're going to have to say to yourself, I'm not going to let other people, even a Disney mouse, tell me what my destiny is, what my life's going to be like, what my success is going to be. I'm not going to do it. You remember the pet rock? If you don't, Google it. The pet rock was a little river rock that sat in a little box with air holes that looked like a pet carrier. Let's think about this guy for a minute. How many times did God and many of his friends must have knocked this guy down before he got up and successfully sold it and later made millions? He didn't let anyone tell him about his life, and you must not either. We must not either. You are a gift from God, and you are a human being. My dad always says, poison isn't effective unless you take it. Poison isn't effective unless you take it. As I said, you are a human being and you can decide your destiny right here and now by drawing a line in the sand. If your day is not the best day right now, you and only you, a human being, can say the next day will be better, the next day will be better, and make it so. Jim Rohn says, you're a human being, not a goose. A goose must fly south for the winter. A goose has no choice, but you're a human being. You have a choice. Imagine being a goose and you don't want to fly south for the winter. You're flying along going, what the heck? I want to stay in the cold. Why am I flying south? I don't want to fly south. I don't want to fly south. But if you're a goose, you're flying south. So revel in the fact that you are a human being. And you can be amazing because you're not a goose. You can choose it. You can make your success your success. Funny, huh? Silly, huh? Crazy, huh? Let me leave you with one more story. I got to do a wonderful show called Captain EO with amazing talent. You may have heard of him, Michael Jackson. We did a show together called Captain EO and became very, very close friends. One day I went to the studio once we had broke for lunch to eat my lunch. I liked quiet, comfort. And I heard some activity I hadn't usually heard. And I said, hello. And a sweet voice came back, hello. It was Michael Jackson. Michael, am I bothering you? I usually have lunch here. He said, no, come on, have lunch. So there we sat on the steps of the Captain EO set and had our lunch together. I said to Michael, may I ask you a question, Michael? He said, sure. I said, it could be personal. But I said, you have brought so much joy to everybody. This was 1985 when the man was on fire. Billie Jean and Thriller, you remember the dances, the moonwalk, everything. I said, if you had 3 wishes, what would they be? I'm a genie. What would they be? He said, the first one was he would like to have his childhood. He'd like to climb a tree, be a silly kid. But as you remember, at 4 years old, he sang ABC and his parents clamped down because they didn't want him hurt. His second was to have him walk in a mall, walk in a mall without having to buy it first. And his third was to go around unnoticed in public, walk and nobody notice who he is. Why do you care about Michael Jackson and me knowing it? Because what Michael Jackson is saying, for all his wealth, for all his joy, for all his glee, all he wanted to be was you. Michael Jackson dreamed of being you. Shouldn't you dream of being you? Shouldn't you embrace who you are? Success begins by being who you are. I'm Cherry Harden. Thank you.
Successful business owners. I would watch him get so excited, tell everybody, oh, I got this new business opportunity, only to quit the moment that things got hard or his excitement ran off. As a child, it would break my heart to watch the sadness and disappointment on his face as another business opportunity goes down the drain. My dad was smart, and he had all the tools. He had money, he had resources, he went to seminars, he read all the books. There was something missing. And today, I am going to give you that missing piece. Today, I'm going to give you the only philosophy you need to win in business and in life. Believe, plan, execute. My name is Philandria Washington, and I spent the past 20 years helping business owners understand why this philosophy is so important. So to believe, what does that mean? To believe means to know, be certain, to be sure. So what do you believe? What do you believe about your business, your partners, your customers? What do you believe about yourself? There is great power in understanding what we believe. In the medical community, there is a real phenomenon called the placebo effect, where doctors take sick patients and they give some of them real medicine, and then they give another group just a sugar pill. Out of the group that receives that placebo, the sugar pill, only some of them, only some of them out of the group that receives the placebo, the sugar pill, they, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Out of some of them receive the placebo, the sugar pill, some of them are proven they get healed because they believed that they were going to get healed. So there is great power that lies with believing. There's a story of young Annabelle Beam. I'm not sure if you've heard of her, but at 5 years old, she was diagnosed with 2 incurable diseases. They affected her digestive system so much that she was constantly in and out the hospital, and she had to take heavy medication. One day, while she was at home playing with her sister, they were climbing trees. So they got to the top. They were about 30 feet in the air, and the branch broke. She fell. They rushed her to the hospital. The doctors did all kinds of tests on her. And they were astounded because she had no broken bones, no brain damage, just minor scratches and bruises. What was even more astounding was she was now cured of the 2 incurable diseases. Nobody could explain this. The doctors, her parents, no one knew what happened except for Annabelle. Annabelle said, when she fell, she went to heaven and she saw God, and that God told her he was going to heal her, and that is how she became healed. So you and I can debate whether or not we believe Annabelle went to heaven and saw God, but what we cannot debate is what Annabelle believed. She believed that she saw heaven and saw God and got healed, and that's what happened. There is so much power that lies with believing. So how can we harness this power? If to believe means to know, we'll start here with our brains, with our thinking. Our brains are like a computer, so what goes in is what comes out. So we have the power to program it. So what inputs are going into your brain? What music are you listening to? What shows are you watching? What books are you reading, and who are you hanging around? Because all of these inputs have a heavy impact on what you believe. To plan. What does it mean to plan? To plan means to think about or arrange the parts and details of something before it happens or before it's made. There are billion-dollar industries built around planning. You have wedding planners, financial planners, travel agents, because we plan for these things, right? So it would only make sense that we would plan for our business. You would not believe the number of entrepreneurs I run into that do not have a business plan. Can you imagine taking a vacation with no plan? So I guess I could just show up at the airport and take the next flight out. But that flight could take me to Maui or it could take me to Antarctica. Either way, a little bit of planning is going to reduce those kind of risks. So how do you plan? You plan by writing down SMART goals. SMART, SMART goals. Specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time stamped. We're going to put these goals to paper and make sure they're specific. So I want to raise $100,000. I want to make sure it's measurable. We're measuring this in time and dollars. I want to make sure it's attainable. If last month I only raised $1,000 and now I have a goal of raising $100,000, doesn't seem so attainable. But if I raised $80,000 last month, then a goal of $100,000 is more attainable. You want to make sure it's relevant. So if you are asking people to just give you money for no reason, we're assuming it's a nonprofit and it's going to a good cause. And the last one, it's timestamp. So we want to earn $100,000 between August 1st and August 31st. Quality is the focus when planning for a business, not quantity. Doesn't matter the number of words in the plan or the number of words that you have as a goal, it's whether you're willing to believe in it and execute. Andrew Mason, one of the founders of Groupon, he wrote his business plan on a napkin, and it only had 3 points. Think about the company, grow the company, get investors. Those 3 points on a napkin is what led into Groupon today. I have seen one-page business plan just as effective as 30-page business plan. It is not the quantity of the words on the page that matter, it's the quality of the words on the page that matter. Once you have your plan together, it is time to execute. Executing, now this is the hard part. Why is it so hard? Well, to execute means to get the job done. And when I look at the times when it was really hard for me to get the job done, there's one common denominator: negative emotions. Fear, anxiety, sadness, disappointment. All of those feelings that sometimes make it feel like we can't even get out of bed. So how can we overcome negative emotions? Remember earlier we talked about our brains being like a computer. What goes in is what comes out. If you're ever in a rut and you're finding it really hard to get the job done, pay attention to the music and the books and the TV shows you're watching. Also the people you're around. And if books and music and mentors cannot get you out your funk, and I'm sorry to say, but you must play hurt. Champions play hurt. Jordan sprained his ankle, continued to play 9 minutes, scoring 14 points. Kobe Bryant broke his finger. They snapped it back in and he continued to play the game. Champions play hurt. Our minds and bodies have a huge capacity. But some days that capacity is here and other days it's here. On the days when that capacity is here, we still have to execute. But since we have to carry all these negative emotions on our back, just have to move at our own pace. We may not be able to move as fast as we want, but we can do it. Do you remember Any Given Sunday with Al Pacino? Coach Tony D'Amato was the coach, played by Al Pacino, and that movie had so much turmoil. They didn't know if they wanted to stay in Miami or go to LA. They weren't sure which quarterback to go to. They had the young quarterback, the old one. There's a power struggle there. They didn't even know if they wanted to keep Coach Tony. played by Al Pacino. So one day before the big game, Coach Tony says to his team, "We're in hell right now. We can either choose to stay in hell or we can climb to the light. Now, it's going to be hard, but we can do it 1 inch at a time." I'm telling you, you're going to have to fight for those inches. So if you're ever in a situation where you're feeling overwhelmed with pain and you have to execute, you can do it. You just may have to go a little slower and go inch by inch. Because at the end of the day, we have to execute. We have to get the job done. Every day, businesses are being born and they're dying. The difference between the ones that live long, profitable, healthy lives and the ones that die young is this philosophy. The ones who live long, profitable, and healthy lives, they believe in themselves and their business. They're willing to take the time it needs to properly execute the plan, and then they are willing to push through negative emotions and execute. It is so important that you create a business plan for your business. It's going to take this huge project of running a business and break it down into tiny, bite-sized, digestible pieces. I am giving this to you today because I know it works and I want you to succeed. Now it's time to lead, plan, and execute and make your dreams come true.
So this is something anyone can do from anywhere around the world. And I'm so excited that you've joined me. So I'm going to share my screen because I have a lot of slides that I want to share with you. If you stay with me through this workshop, you are going to leave empowered, ready to get in the driver's seat of your health and truly live the life that you deserve. So put on your seatbelt and let's get ready to go. Well, the title of this workshop, Success, Health, and Great Wealth, the life you deserve. Believe me when I say health is wealth. Without it, nothing else matters. So here are the objectives. So we're going to go through these, and I'm going to tell you right now that is so much to unpack. It is almost impossible for us to get done in one session, right? So you're going to get opportunities to join me in further workshops and deep dives and personal health assessments and all this other stuff I'm going to talk about later. But what I really want to focus on is bringing alignment into your spiritual, emotional, mental, and physical health. We're going to explain why we are where we are, of course. There are some tests, so don't get scared. Fairly easy, I think, but it's going to teach you a lot. And then learn what we can actually do about it to get, again, in the driver's seat of our health. And I'm going to provide you with some practical, applicable tools, and then I'm going to give you a challenge. So my first question to you is, how are you taking care of you? This is just a simple, basic steps right here. Okay, and we're going to talk about 7 steps that I promised in the talk that you decided to join me here from. And it was about, how are you eating real food, exercising, drinking water, how much have you drank, right? Sleeping, how many of you really slept 7 to 8 hours just last night? Think about that. Do you believe that 75% of all chronic disease is truly preventable? And I love Dr. Bill Sears. He's the pediatric doctor of America, world renowned. I know him personally, and he knows that food is medicine and that we can take control of our health once we get the knowledge, education, getting a great community of people, and have fun doing so. So here's my story. You heard it a little bit from the talk, and I'm going to tell it to you again here for those who might have missed that talk. But this really is the true story of an officer and a gentleman. And I am the CEO and founder of Premier Health and Wellness Consulting. And this company was birthed because of this story. You know, I was in the Army, as you can tell. That's my ladies, women's, month, parachute jumping out of really perfectly good airplanes, running 4 or 5 miles a day, thought I was Bionic Woman. And again, for my younger people, that's Wonder Woman. And it was chronic fatigue that set in. I could not shake it, back and forth to the doctors running tests, and they couldn't figure it out what was wrong. So fast forward my story. I had some amazing neighbors who loved on us, educated us about the power of whole food, plant-based nutrition. So when they came back with a diagnosis, after half my face went numb, half my taste sensories disappeared, and I couldn't lift anything with the right hand, they had to believe me something was wrong. And those tests proved an autoimmune disease. Well, that was pretty much life-altering, career-ending. And I really didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. I will tell you that Plan ABC was the military. I had a very successful career, but God always has other plans. And I will tell you, trust the journey, trust the journey. And what my neighbor shared with us that day about the power of whole food, plant-based nutrition made sense to us. We knew our bodies needed more nutrition to fight what was going on. My husband was also diagnosed with an autoimmune disease, and we just didn't know any better, just thinking disease, disability doctors would be our rite of passage. But that is not the end of the story. 16 years later, medicine-free, both of us, in control of our health. I like to brag, fabulous 50, feeling good, looking good, making money, and having fun. And I want that for you, okay? So I am a corporate health counselor, and basically counselors are trained to come alongside you and help you with your personal, social, and psychological performance, okay? Corporate counseling is really that professional relationship that's going to empower not just the individual, but then the corporation as a whole through that education and career goals, planning, and that holistic approach to health. And so the two major focuses that come up all the time is, of course, your belief system and nutrition, which are critical to optimal, premier outcomes. I know a lot of people might still believe counseling is taboo, and it is so not. So really, I want you to dive deeper into finding the right counselor for you. And if you don't like that person, that's okay. Find someone who's going to resonate with you so that you can get through some of the issues or blocks that might be impeding your progress to get further along on this path of success. So this is just a few benefits of counseling, as you can see. Again, we come alongside you to help you reach your goals and truly to live the life that you deserve. So I want you to have a paradigm shift here, okay? And I love Dr. Pam Popper, Wellness Form Health out of Ohio. And I love reading this slide. I know they say don't read slides, but you have to hear it and see it because it is so powerful. She says, we believe that it is a fundamental right of all consumers to have a complete analysis of the risk and benefits of any test, drug, supplement, procedure, or medical practice of any type before making a decision to proceed. This is currently not the way medicine is practiced, and we are truly on a mission to change that. And I hope you're going to join that mission with us. So why are we so unhealthy? Here is how we got to where we are today. Do you understand that 1 in 4 people will die of heart disease? 1 in 2 women and 1 in 3 men will develop cancer. 1 in 3 will have diabetes by 2050. That's not really that long away from here. And 1 in 5 children is obese. Dr. Katz from Yale University is saying that our children are more harmed by a poor diet than alcohol, drugs, tobacco combined. And that should be alarming. You heard some of that from my talk if you were able to listen to that talk. We know that environmental toxins are increasing, And that some of that stuff we can't even control. The over-the-counter drugs that we're taking is damaging our bodies. The skin and hair care products that we use are sometimes detrimental. The water contamination from all of the pollutants in the air, the chemicals running through the water systems, it's a lot, okay? It's a lot. And then our food quality is decreasing. More than 50% of what we as Americans eat is processed. And that really is not a good health outcome. If you understand how the shipping process goes to get our fruits and vegetables to us, broccoli can lose up to 50 to 80% of the key nutrients before it's even purchased by you. So there's hormones, pesticides, herbicides. The food is just definitely less nutritional. Artificial colors, trans fat, all those things which are totally degrading our quality of health and life. So here's just two definitions I really want to touch on, and I'm not going to go into detail with this. We can go into detail in further workshops with these major issues. Right now, of course, the world has changed on how we're going to work and how we conduct ourselves at work, right? So absenteeism, of course, everybody understands that that is calling in to work sick because either you're sick, a child sick, somebody, a family member sick, neighbors sick, or somebody that you have taken care of, right? Or yourself. But presenteeism is the one that most people are now more aware of course, but that is employees who come to work sick. Yeah, so they're still operating at a degraded quality of performance at work, but it's very likely that they are contagious and spreading those germs to the others in the office. Now, of course, we're teleworking a lot now, so that has shifted things, but this does not change the same thing at home, whether you're at home, not feeling well, working at a reduced productivity, or you just decide you're not going to work that day. So what can we do to be healthier? Okay, these are the basics. You really should know these, right? And most of us really do. But the question then is, are we actually implementing it? So we hear these things. So we hear it in the Bible a lot. Be hearers, be doers, and not hearers of the word, right? So we know we're supposed to exercise, get that rest, and rest has really moved up my priority list because now they're linking that to lack of rest, Alzheimer's, dementia. That's really serious. Managing our stress. And I did not believe this before, but do you know stress can really kill? It literally chemically alters our body to stop receptors from doing what they're supposed to do to keep us alive. That's really serious. Water, we'll talk about that. My magical mystical drug. You'll hear me say that again. Absolutely trying to use safer products as best as you can, clean, go green, and then absolutely eating real food. So here's the current healthcare system and where we are in this pendulum. And again, this workshop is for you to get the baseline of the education so that again, you can get in the driver's seat of your health and then start being informed to make the decisions that's going to best suit you. We all have come upon most of these on this list. And I will be honest with you. Both patients and practitioners are frustrated and very unhappy. I had no idea what this healthcare system was like until this last year, uncovering so much. I think my next calling is going to be patient advocacy, seriously. Oh my goodness. But it's just a very difficult system to traverse, especially if you don't have the right resources. And, you know, addressing these issues. So the question becomes, what do we do? Well, please be mindful to get objective information. Stop following the hypes, okay? Stop chasing all the get rich quick, the get skinny quick, the get healthy quick. It does not work. Have a clear understanding of all the risks and benefits of anything that you choose to do. The one example, the best example I could use is the diets. You know, you really should, it's incumbent upon you to take a deeper dive to understand the risk benefits involved in a lot of those diets. I don't believe in diets. And then stay in a driver's seat to have the freedom to choose the best option that's going to make sure that you have a healthy, long life, and that it's a collaborative approach between you and your practitioners. So Dr. Popper, again, I'm quoting her about informed consent, that taking control of your health is not doing what I say or what she says, right? Instead of what others are saying. It's doing what you think is best for you after you've reviewed the objective information. And again, it's so mindful that you take some time to do the research. And I've done a lot of that for you. So go to your trusted sources that are not following the hype. Okay, so here's the test. I love this part of the workshop, right? Because this is mind-blowing for a lot of people all the time. So I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I'm going to ask you true or false. And I just want you to answer true, false, and maybe you say, I don't know. First question, eating olive oil promotes better health. Is that true or false? Well, if you said false, you're correct. Oil is concentrated fat, okay, and a lot of calories. Can you imagine 1 tablespoon contains 130 calories and 14 grams of fat? That is a lot to sit down and eat. And most people are not just doing 1 tablespoon. Did you know that oil contributes to weight gain, the development of arteriosclerotic plaque, and coronary artery disease? This is very serious. Question 2. PSA testing and mammograms reduce your risk of dying of prostate and breast cancer. Is that true or false? If you answered false, you're correct. There's a Cochrane review that showed to save 1 life, 2,000 women would have to be screened for 10 years. 10 women would endure unnecessarily and potentially life-threatening overdiagnosis and overtreatment. They concluded, and I quote, there's no reliable evidence from large randomized trials to support screening mammography at any age. Again, we go deeper in further workshops so that you really can get the resources and tools you need to empower yourself. So we actually met Dr. Richard Ablin. He, according to researchers, and he's the guy who discovered the prostate-specific antigen, the PSA, that men test for prostate cancer. Then he says that there's a false positive rate of 78%, that the Gleason score is meaningless, and most men who are treated for prostate cancer do not even have it. So you could have a Gleason score of 2 and might have cancer, 200 might not have cancer. Get that book, The Great Prostate Hoax. It is such a powerful resource and tool for you to just get in the driver's seat, educate yourself, to be able to ask your practitioners the right questions. The U.S. Preventative Service Task Force recommends against PSA screening for men of all ages. So you should be asking yourself the question, what is that about? So next question, losing bone mineral density is a normal sign of aging. Is that true or false? If you answered true, you're correct. All humans lose bone mineral density as they age. Yes, we do. God in his infinite wisdom gave us everything we needed at birth. We either mess that up and slow it down, or we age gracefully. Women have a very high peak bone density to support pregnancy and breastfeeding, of course. And then, of course, they lose bone mineral density more rapidly than men in their later ages. Next question. Is it a good idea to have your vitamin D levels tested every year because vitamin D levels cause disease? Is that true or false? If you answered false, you are correct. Normal vitamin D levels are anywhere between, and I would say really anything over 30 now is healthy, okay? And you don't really need to be panicking over that. Ideally, we want you to go outside in the sun and get the natural vitamin D. In the summer, That's the best time to get it in most places, because God in his infinite wisdom knew that in those winter months or those gray days where we couldn't get the sun, if we stored enough, because it is storable, fat soluble, storable in our bodies, to sustain us through that season. Isn't it amazing how that works? So understand that low vitamin D levels do not cause disease, okay? It's just they're a result of disease. That's what happens. You have a disease and maybe your vitamin D is going low. So get to the core of the issue. And then vitamin D supplements, a lot of times, you're not even taking the right D2 or D3. Wait, which one are you supposed to take? We go deeper and deeper in workshops to really have you understand this. Next question. And I know these a lot, and hopefully I don't know where you are on the pendulum, if you get them all right or you got them all wrong. Hopefully you're getting some right. Bypass surgery does not reduce the risk of heart attack most of the time. True or false? That is actually true. So if you answered true, you're correct. About 500,000 bypass surgeries are performed in the US each year. It does not benefit most patients because coronary artery disease is systemic, and the procedure does not actually address the problem. I mean, so we go open up the arteries and you clog them back up because you continue to eat the fatty artery clogging foods that cause you to have the coronary artery disease. So keep doing that, then you can just be grateful you're still alive if you've already had one. But studies show that bypass patients do not fare better than patients who just take the drug. So if you were given that opportunity, and hopefully you were, and there's more than just those two, surgery or drugs, right? Lifestyle change is the third that we really need to be focusing on. All right, next question. Taking a daily aspirin can reduce your risk of heart attack or stroke. True or false? I know what we've been told. And I'm thinking you probably know this answer now that you've been through all these questions. The answer is false. So if you answered false, you're correct. Patients with risk factors, including high blood pressure, diabetes, and high cholesterol, absolutely do not benefit from taking a low dose of daily aspirin for the primary prevention of cardiovascular events, okay? Taking aspirin actually can increase the risk of major bleeding events. And that's really not what you want to do long term. And I'll tell you, all these drugs have long-term lasting effects. Keep that in mind, please. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and misinformation is the best way to keep people in fear and keep people misinformed, really. So we're just bombarded every day with misinformation about diet and health, often due to financial conflicts of interest, which you should dive deeper into who's saying what and why are they saying it. But the government spews out stuff, health professionals and organizations, disease groups and media, food, drug, device makers, well-meaning but misinformed health professionals. Yes, happens all the time. So please be mindful of who you're listening to and what information you're passing on. I love Dr. David Barker. He says, and it's interesting perspective, while patients are grateful for new drugs and operations, what they really want is not to be patients at all. In this, we are failing them. So I love talking about dehydration. If you ever, called my cell phone, you'd hear my very long voice message, but it's a message to make you think, okay? And we talk about this dehydration, but look at what dehydration can actually cause. Believe it or not drinking enough water, constipation, headaches, food cravings, water retention. Not drinking enough water, you're going to retain water. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Flu-like symptoms, lack of energy, depression, weight gain, and there's so much more. But I love the healing power of water. And we're around a lot of beautiful water right now. But what does water do for us? Okay. It carries nutrients and oxygen to every cell in our body. It controls the temperature of our body, cleans our stomach, and it helps our digestion, cleans our intestines, improves absorption of the nutrients. removes toxins from our bodies, lubricates and cushions our joints, provides valuable electrolytes. I tell people all that extra, sports drinks that you want to drink, there's no need for that. Drink more water. Water has its own natural elements, calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium, and chloride already in there. Now sugar, the nemesis. Look at that. It's white. It's a powder. Sounds like a drug. And it is. It's a legalized drug. Can you believe that each year a typical American is going to eat 756 donuts? I love this slide. 60 pounds of cake and cookies, 23 gallons of ice cream, 7 pounds of potato chips, 22 pounds of candy, 200 sticks of gum. I used to be very guilty on that one. 365 servings of soda. That's a soda a day. 90 pounds of fat, and a 5-pound bag of sugar a week. And it's really easy to look at that. I have a very visual presentation, usually when I go to schools or I'm doing events, that shows the packages of sugar that's like in a Coke bottle or a soda bottle or a juice bottle. And it's usually mind-blowing for parents. Oh, so you remember in the talk I told you I would tell you the age of the cheeseburger, fries, and donuts, right? So believe it or not, yes, that cheeseburger and fries is actually 14 and a half years old, and the donuts, 8 years old. And again, I'm going to say the rats and roaches won't touch it. It won't grow mold or spores. So what do you think it's doing to your body? So you really are what you eat. You can look like that, or you can look like that. The choice is up to you. So now let me ask this question. Did you learn anything new? I'm thinking and hoping that you have. And so then the question becomes, why doesn't everyone know about these issues? So let's do some practical application. Let's apply what we are learning today. So here are my 7 steps that I promised you, in no random order really, but I just want to go down, and I'm not going to get into detail because again, we really unpack a lot of these in further workshops. A real relationship with God is not about religion. The power of the mind, positive mental attitude, key and critical. Forgive is an entire workshop, okay? Because of course you've heard forgiveness is not for the person you're giving it to, it's actually for you. Meditation, I think that's becoming more popular in mainstream, and you understand the importance of quieting your mind. Deep breathing, again, another popular mainstream one coming up, and so critical. Of course, I like the 4-6-8. And again, we go into details in other workshops about that breathing, but 4-6-8. Exercise and rest, critical. And then real nutrition and nature and gardening. Again, just putting these things into perspective is going to help you take control of your health and start living the life that you truly deserve. So what does that look like? One, you have to get your spiritual world in order. There's no way around that one. I don't care what you believe in, you have to get your spiritual world in order. Okay, spend more quality time with your family and friends. Hopefully last year really woke us up to that. You have to improve your self-confidence with positive self-talk. Be mindful of what you put out in the atmosphere, in the universe. The idiot box is what I call the television. How about you start reading more books, do puzzles, start exercising more, reading books. And then my dad, I love how he said this and taught us this at a younger age. If people don't add 3 things to your statue, you don't need them in your life. And of course, vice versa. You should be adding at least 3 positive things to people's lives as they come in and out of your life. And then we want you to drink, of course, more water, eat more fruits and vegetables, get outside and garden. I love this book. Write this book down, The 4 Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. Powerful. It's on my dream board, actually. And here are his 4 agreements. Be impeccable with your word. Do not take anything personally. Don't make assumptions, and always do your best. You read this book, it's life transforming. Again, we go into details more in other workshops. And then exercise. So if I were to ask you, what's the best exercise? What would you tell me? The best exercise is, well, I'm going to probably tell you you're right, because the best exercise is going to be the one you will actually do. If I tell you that running or swimming is the best exercise, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't want to go mess up my beautiful hair all the time, although that water is gorgeous. But I would probably prefer to go walking. So we want you to do just that. Move your body. You don't use it, you're going to lose it. Believe that. But here are just 20 benefits of why exercise is so important. Do you understand that you can actually lower your blood pressure by just exercising? It actually reduces cancer risk. Who would have known? I think it really is amazing that in our society, people actually take better care of their cars and pets than they do themselves. You know, remember the analogy that I shared with you in the talk about, you know, using the car as the analogy of your body. The crazy thing is people would actually really make sure their car is taken care of before they're actually taking care of their own human form. That's not what we should be doing. So I want you to get into that driver's seat on how not to be a patient, right? It's about being proactive and intentional rather than reactive and episodic. So what does that mean? Well, being reactive and episodic means you wait until you're sick. You remember the car analogy, you just keep chugging along until it totally breaks down or you can't get out of the bed. And you take drugs or you do patch up work to try to fix whatever's going on without getting to the core of the issue. And that's the cycle. You know, I get allergies every year, or I'm sick 2-3 times a year and that's normal, or whatever it is. Well, no, that's actually not normal. I don't want you to believe that. And then being proactive and intentional actually really is you make health your priority. You get in healthy communities that's going to foster a sense of accountability that we have in our groups that is going to help you stay on that path of health, that pendulum of success. Resolve the issues by going to the core, okay, of what the cause is and not trying to do treatment. We do prevention. And then we work together as a team to maintain really premier health. So I want you to practice informed decision-making. And what does that look like? Again, obtain and analyze unbiased information. Stop believing the hype. Again, my dad says, you know, believe half of what you see, none of what you hear, or none of what you hear, half of what you see. I don't know which way it is, whatever way it is. Just be very leery. In the Bible, they say these Bereans who do their work, they do their homework, they do their research before they start believing anything. Well, become like a Berean and start doing your own research, independent research that's not biased. And then have that, again, collaborative approach with your doctors. You inform your doctor of your choices. You're not being dictated to. And then you come to an agreement on what's going to best serve you. I'm going to go into some really quick, easy ways that I do life that I think, works. And I have a lot of great recipes that I would love to share with you. But making smoothies is an easy way to get nutrition into your body. There are so many different, reasons, and people say, oh, drinking your calories isn't great and all this other, it's convoluted. Y'all stop trying to really make this more difficult of a journey than it needs to be. Just keep it simple. And smoothies are a really simple, convenient, affordable way to get the nutrition into your body as opposed to starving yourself. And then we love salad in a jar parties. We love salad jar parties. They're amazing. We grow our own food. You're going to see that in a slide, but this is the way to how to do the healthy. In an amazing community of people, you get together, you all bring the toppings and you go around, stack these jars, meal prepping for the week. And it is phenomenal. We should be doing this around the world. We do healthy ice cream. Now, believe it or not, and I have actually updated that some of those, well, one of the ingredients. We use dates now instead of the cream, but yes, that actually makes some amazing healthy ice cream, guilt-free, and you feel good about it. And it tastes delicious, that I promise you. Our tower gardens growing aeroponically. I grow year round, inside and outside, and I am in control of my food source. I love it. I grow, everything above ground, which is an amazing process. And, our tower gardens grow faster and they taste so much fresher. And it's amazing just watching God's creation unfold in front of you. And we really work with these tower gardens and school systems and everything, teaching the kids how to grow at an earlier age. So here's the quality of life issues. Everyone's going to die, but how you look and feel for your last 20 to 50 years depends on the lifestyle and the vitamin and minerals you take throughout your entire life. And those vitamin and minerals come from whole food, real food. So can you believe that these two women are the exact same age? Which life are you actually designing? So diet is completely under your control. You cannot always control the other determinants of your health, such as the air you breathe, the noise you hear, the emotions around you. Isn't it a shame to squander such a good opportunity? And I am a firm believer that the best example that you can give your children is the gift of good health. I will tell you that you set your child up for success in the classroom, on the sports and athletic fields, just in life in general. When they leave your home, they're making better choices. So here's what we do, Premier Health and Wellness Consulting, where we believe, again, everyone deserves to make an informed decision. We do all of these things, okay? Corporate coaching and training and counseling. I am a professional counselor by trade. We do seminars, workshops, and amazing retreats. There's educational plant-based meals that if you were local, we were doing those monthly, and those are amazing. You saw the Sound of Jar parties, meal prepping, teaching people how to do, what to do, healthy living parties, ice cream parties, tower garden parties. You're going to get access to a personal health assessment. There's a getting started class, pantry clean out, believe it or not, we do those. Shopping trips, and I love the Devoted Bodies Bible study. It's a very powerful, in-depth study talking about the cure of our temple. So I really do believe that this is the place where consumers and practitioners meet for collaborative, evidence-based discussion leading to informed decisions about diet, health, and medical care. So here's how you get started. I want you to text Success Fest 21 to 757-538-7288. Okay, again, text Success Fest 21 to 757-538-7288, and that's going to give you your next steps of what you need to do. I would love for you to schedule a 20-minute consultation with me to see where you're at and how we can actually help you. And then you're going to join the Live You Deserve Accountability Facebook group. And I'm going to challenge you to start today. It's never too late to become what you want to do in life. And here's what to expect. Of course, it's an amazing, non-evasive, but evasive personal health assessment. It's going to really reframe your brain. You're going to get a one-on-one jumpstart discovery session with me, access to the accountability group, a 4-week accountability game, which is very powerful. Oh my goodness, so much success comes out of that. We have an educational video library with so much resources and knowledge, and then also workbooks. So in ending, I want to tell you, I love the principles in the Bible, I do. I wish above all things that you prosper, be in health, even as your soul prosper. That's what God said. I say God is love. I say love God, love others. And life is going to start you in the driver's seat of your health to live the life that you deserve. So again, we truly do believe you deserve to make an informed decision. I'm Beverly Grandison, Premier Health and Wellness Consulting. Check us out online, and our website's there, premierhealthwellness.com. And again, thank you so much for joining us. I look forward to taking a deeper dive with you in our follow-on workshops and sessions, and looking forward to even that amazing retreat that you're going to just enjoy beyond measure. So contact me. And thank you again for joining. So here I am. And if you stayed with me the whole time, kudos. And hopefully you learned so much that you're ready to get started on this journey to live the life that you deserve. And trust me, it is very possible. So thank you again. Have a good day.